Alright, let's continue here, where we can now go back here and explore. Back here, though. Frying dishes. One with spice, alcohol, and tomato. Ooh, 115. Hell yeah. Rich now.
A thin man is smoking below an exhaust hood, occasionally sipping from his mug. This must be the Whirling's cook. As you step in, he nods toward the table and says something in a completely foreign language. The only words you can make out are Garancy and Kubek. Okay, it's definitely not his name. Whatever you do, please don't call him Garancy Kubek. Please. It's not funny.
I'm not going to. Hello, sir. Got time for a few questions.
The man puts his cup down and replies something, his left hand drawing arcs in the air.
Got some impressive pots there.
He smiles and bangs his ladle against each of his pots. And it's almost like music, especially with the sounds of assorted dishes boiling and simmering on the stove.
Oh, that's it? Oh, alright. I guess for now, I don't need anything else. Stay masculine. Okay. Stay masculine.
You see a heavy steel door with a prominent dimple lock. It's painted blue. You immediately feel drawn to the color. Blue is for mystery.
Wonder where this door leads.
You do? It's a door in the back of the kitchen. Why do you care where it leads?
Out of duty? We might find something pertinent to the investigation.
Yes. I suppose it's worth seeing if we can get in. Just to be thorough. As a side investigation.
Yes, a mini side investigation.
Gart is the person to ask about this. The cafeteria manager.
Alright. How do we get back here, I wonder? Money there. Or is it here? Oh, money here. Can I go in? Can't tell if it's a window or a door. We got the money regardless. Alright.
Can I help you?
Guard, I saw another thing at the Whirling.
Another thing. Great. I love those.
What's this mysterious blue steel door in the back?
Oh, yes, that door, sure. There's nothing mysterious about it. It's just a door.
You know what's behind it? Do you have...
No, I don't have a key. I don't know how to get there. And I don't care either. It's not like I've been wondering about it for 10 years. It's just a frit warehouse, probably. Or some boring storage space with a bunch of old junk and dust. Junk and dust.
He's attempting to maintain an air of indifference. It's absolutely not convincing.
I think you'd like to know what's back there.
Fine, okay, a little. But my job doesn't leave me time for wondering about one locked door in one of the cafeterias I manage. So I haven't opened it. I have cleaned the whole place 100 times over, though, after the animals. And I haven't found a key, so good luck with that.
Huh.
Yes?
Okay. Interesting. Can we talk to the cook now?
The man ponders his cooking utensils and gives you a little nod, acknowledging your presence.
You know, you know what's behind that door?
He looks up at you, then looks away quickly, shrugging and muttering something to himself.
Oh.
Shrugging is an international sign for, no, I don't know what's behind that door.
Interesting. Alright, well... Explore the secret passages. Find a way in.
You see a heavy steel door.
Alright,
with
touch the door.
The cobalt blue surface feels rough to touch. The stainless steel door is flush with its frame on every side.
Try to push it.
The door does not budge.
Alright, so now there's a lock-picking thing here. What is it? interfacing, so maybe we need like some sort of lockpick to initiate that first. Alright. Interesting. So it's 3:40. I thought there was a like a meeting or something that people come down here later, so we have to come back here for that. Let's talk to this guy, he's new.
That sugary black rum stain on the counter makes you teary-eyed with joy. It's almost touching how syrupy and sticky it is. How long have you been up already?
Oh god, I'm craving some alcohol. Again, not knowing the character's past, when we're learning he is an alcoholic, but like right now in the moment, he's seeing how like he has fucking amnesia and everything's fucked up from this. So I think right now he's finally starting to see, like, at least in the moment, like, no, not now.
Oh, excuse me. Do you have something better to do than lust for sweet syrupy rum and lemonade? With a twist of lemon? Maybe lime. Maybe who cares? Just rum?
Does sound good, but I didn't even know, like, what money was, so I can't. It's tempting. It's tempting. Maybe when I start getting shit back together, I'll feel like he's ready for that. Maybe, can I ask her about the door?
Hello again, sweetie.
No, I can ask her for money. We're not gonna do that. Alright, so I think... let's actually go to the body, finally. Where was that convenience store? I'm gonna start writing a list of stuff here. I can talk to her again. I mean, we're gonna go there eventually anyway, but...
I can't believe it's snowing again. It felt like springtime just... Of course.
Was it
Where to?
east?
The harbor gates? Some kind of commotion, I think.
A Fritz store, I believe,
I don't
right?
follow the local politics. A fleet store too. Some shops and a bridge. They
Yeah.
can just coast. No problem.
Alright. East. Alright. Damn. Maybe we'll go in that direction next, maybe. Oh, there's an intercom here.
An old call box with a matrix of push buttons lists all the companies in the East Delta Commerce Center. East Delta Commerce Center? This must be the name of the doomed commercial area.
We already were in here, but fuck it. Main hall, building A.
An off-key melody starts playing after you ring the doorbell. Then a woman picks up the receiver.
Kuno, please stop calling here. Grown-ups don't have time for your stupid games.
It's me. I'm just investigating the commercial area here that we discussed.
Oh, I'm sorry, officer. I thought you were... But the doorbell is broken, and the bookstore shouldn't even be on the list anymore. So I can't help you. Please don't call here again. Thanks.
A single beep indicates that the line has gone dead.
Andrew Orlando Hare.
You ring the doorbell, but no one answers. What an ominous name for a hair salon. Doesn't bode well for anyone's hair.
Boxing for young athletes in gym.
All you hear is static, but
It
no
looks
one
like everything,
answers
pretty much.
the call.
24th window.
You ring the doorbell, but
Fashion.
you wait for a minute or two. But all you get from the
Taxi.
call looks like someone has melted half the plastic off with a lighter. The doorbell doesn't work anymore. You hear
Scream.
static from the intercom speaker. It sounds as if someone has picked up the receiver, but isn't saying anything.
Hello? Anyone there?
Yes, hello. This is Tracy Peniel Electric.
Oh.
Have you come to place an order?
She sounds almost antique, as if her voice was being played off an old wax cylinder. A receiver must not be working properly.
Why? Yes, I've come to place an order, because we know, like, this option right here, I've been in there. I know no one's in there. And if my conceptualization is correct, it sounds like this is being played off a, you know, wax cylinder, or record player, or something. Someone's trying to trick us, so... we'll fall into the trap, but we'll be trapping them instead. Alright, so, yeah, I've come to place an order.
My God.
The lieutenant exchanges a look with you.
Sorry?
It's you. My God. I didn't think I would hear your voice.
Who cares that you don't remember her? Just go along with it. No, something's wrong here. Are you sure she's talking to you?
Where are you? Where are you?
Michelle, just please. Why did you even call? I don't understand. You've been gone for months. I thought you didn't care.
Of course I care. Just that I've been going through some tough time.
Ever since I came to work here, it's been different. As if my mind's been wiped clean.
A spot of static overrides her words. When she speaks again, it sounds like she's submerged.
It's so nice. It's so nice to be able to finally forget.
Good about what?
She sounds like she's about to cry.
Hello?
She doesn't answer.
You said it was nice. What's so nice about forgetting?
Silence. The only thing you can hear now is static and waves washing ashore on the bay.
I get it. You don't want to talk to me. No one ever wants to talk to me.
Another seagull passes by. It's getting cold standing here, staring at the silent call box.
It must have been some kind of faulty wiring. We should maybe stop playing with this doorbell. It looks ancient.
Alright. Goodbye then.
You press the number sign on the keypad that terminates the call. 12 name cards on the call box read.
Interesting. I can do a volition check. I do slipstream again. Let's do the rest of these first.
Silence. No, silence. Nothing happens after you ring the doorbell. Silence. This button looks new, but someone has removed the name card. Nothing happens when you try to ring it.
This button looks new. I wouldn't be surprised if it hasn't been connected yet. Is it the dice makers?
I was thinking, yeah. Alright, so again, it's a 58% chance, which we can redo. I do have the point, I can level up Volition. Volition's for morale. Sane people, well-adjusted, non-suicidal. I mean, pretty useful. Do I have any gear? No. Alright, we'll take the 58%. Oh, wait. Money here? Oh, it's just the icon to move. Okay. We'll do the 58% chance.
An old call box with East Delta Commerce Center.
Come on.
This must be. Whatever she says, it can't hurt you. You're a different person now.
Hell yeah.
Stronger, healthier, and alright. Maybe not healthier, but it's a bonus that you've drunk so hard you can't remember any of your past relationships. Oblivion's the ace in your corner.
Color again.
There's a light buzz as you press the doorbell, waiting for her to answer the call. It's cold outside, and you can hear the wind blowing into the speaker.
Yes, hello. This is Tricentennial Electric. Have you come to place an order?
Yeah, it's me again. I want to talk to you.
My God.
Here come the bad vibes again. Relax. Distance yourself from it.
What?
It's you.
Yeah, it's just playing the exact same thing as before, which is how we know this is a recording or something.
My God.
Wait, is she?
Are you repeating your words?
Michelle, just please.
Mm-hmm.
Why did
Is this some kind of joke?
Doesn't matter what I say, it's gonna continue, right?
The voice from the intercom doesn't answer, but you can hear her breathing. Wind blows into your microphone again, crackling and echoing in the box.
Thank you. Now tell me, who's responsible for this joke?
Ever since I came to work here, it's as if my mind's been wiped clean.
Say nothing.
It's so nice.
And then it hits you.
You're recording. Duh.
She tries again not to cry, and still doesn't succeed completely. Her quiet sobs sound old and distant, as if her voice is being played off a wax cylinder. Real or not, your mirror neurons react. It feels painful to be listening to this.
Go ahead, ancient recording, cry then.
Her sound melts into the static from a long-distance phone call. From time to time, you can hear people talking in the distance,
Oh.
but can't make out any words. This is where you hung up the call the last time, but the recording is still going.
Keep listening.
The phone rings in the office with an old-fashioned chime, and someone walks by in a pair of heels. The static is like a warm blanket wrapped around the sounds.
Anyone there?
No one replies, but the static grows stronger like rainfall. Then a female voice speaks out, completely different from the one before. Glorious and total somehow, crawling inside your head. Her words are too cold to comprehend. She smells of sodium lights and rain streaks on car windows. Eyes like pilot lights watch your shape in dark hallways, guttering.
So,
Strange alien thought pattern ends. He inspects the intercom.
it was a recording trapped in the circuitry from some ancient tenant. This sometimes happens. Shall we conclude here? We have other mysteries to solve.
Wait, a recording trapped in the circuitry?
Mm-hmm. I don't have time to explain it to you right now. Maybe sometime later.
Something weird just happened to me.
Don't take this the wrong way, but during our short stint working together, something weird is almost always happening to you.
Okay. Maybe.
That is true.
Alright. I guess no more detours. We have to do our job and go to the body. Ooh. How do we get up here? What is this kid throwing rocks at the dead body? I think he is. Letter R wears a crown on the ribbon, a light above descending. Yeah. Kuno. Oh, Kuno. Smells like spoiled meat, curled dairy, human being decomposes, yeah. I'm gonna look around before we talk to this person. Magnesium for morale, alright. Someone's trying to grow herbs in the greenhouse. Winch mechanism. This all looks like it's gonna leave. Oh, how the fuck? I can't get back there from here. Alright. Keep saving. I don't want to do any kind of dialogue just yet. Rickety ladder, still climbable. Oh, wait. What was the thought thingy there? There. Ladder for kids wouldn't hold the weight of a grown man. Okay.
There are several footprints in the mud, left by work boots. Anywhere from 6 to 12 pairs have walked here.
Kind of boots.
Heavy workers' boots with reinforced toes and hobnails, all over the yard. Isn't this something an industrial worker would wear?
Lieutenant. Workers' boot tracks.
Noted.
Alright, we can try this. If we don't get it, we can level it up. Because visual calculus is something I probably want to be leveling anyway. Alright, try to get an exact count.
Maybe more than 12. No. 8 pairs of boots have shuffled back and forth in the mud.
Go over one by one.
1. Standard work boot. steel reinforced toes, number 46. 2. Standard work boot, steel reinforced toes, number 44. 3. Hobnailed work boot, steel reinforced toes, number 43. 4. Standard work boot, number 45 or 46?
Which is it?
You don't know. It's a miracle you can tell the prints apart as it is. The cold must have preserved them. 5. Another standard work boot, steel reinforced toes, number 44. 6. An aberration, light as air, even pace, same make of boot, but number 41.
Interesting. Male or female?
Impossible to tell. Could also have been an adolescent. The gate is undeveloped.
Well, again, we're thinking about who can climb this ladder. Okay, pretty good at this, ain't I?
You're not bad. It's as if the whole world darkens. Everything else has a thin film of unimportance on it, and the tracks burn in the middle of it, in a strange, beautiful way. 7. The glowing outline of a standard work boot, number 46. But the imprints are twice as deep as the others. The weight exceeds 200 kilograms.
I don't know how many 200 kilograms are, but it's either someone who's really fat or someone who is carrying something heavy.
8. And yet another standard work boot, number 44. There's an aberration in the pattern of the sole, however. The right sole is smoother, more worn.
How much? 200 kilograms. 440 pounds. So yeah, I mean, it could be someone who's really big, but odds are it was someone who was carrying something heavy, like, say, a body. 2 bodies being 200 plus pounds each makes sense. Or it could be something else they were carrying, but that's a little interesting. But again, we don't know who climbed this. Now, who's to say this rope wasn't here? Could have been like a tire swing, which is then repurposed so no one had to climb the ladder, but still.
How many?
8.
I was pretty off then. I counted 20.
Same guys going back and forth.
I never got the hang of it. Hyperopia. Do you see anything out of the ordinary?
I'd say this heavy one, 200 kilogram imprint.
200? Could it be the combined weight of 2 people, one carrying the other who's tied up?
Mm-hmm.
Let's say a heavily built worker carrying a similarly built, soon-to-be-dead man.
He might be right. 200 kilograms of living weight is unlikely.
The could have been an extremely obese person.
From here, the boot the victim wears.
Sudden change in wind direction blows the stench of rotting meat.
It's bad. Very bad. Before you can heave, the wind changes direction again. The greenhouse plastic flapping in its gusts.
He appears to be wearing some kind of armored boots. I can't see any exotic prints here. Someone had to carry him. Are any of the other prints deep enough?
Any of the other prints? No.
An obese person is becoming less likely.
Alright, so one of them was carrying him over.
Possibly, yes.
But why?
You're thinking, why did they have to carry him?
Yes, they could have used a makeshift stretcher or just march him up to the gallows.
Maybe there was a physically impressive strongman in their midst. Someone who wanted to impress their peers.
I don't think so. Maybe the victim wasn't conscious.
Even easier to carry on a stretcher, or between 2 men. Anyway, it's for future consideration. What else can you see?
This light step number 41 shoe
A woman? Or a kid?
could be a kid.
Okay. How do you know?
He knows it's hard to discern sex from a person's gait.
I don't.
Understood. Anything else?
This aberration. One sole's smoother than the other. I don't know why that'd be, though.
Interesting. Let's name it the old soul.
Unless Unless it implies someone has like a gait, so they're walking on the right side more often, which is then like shaving the shoe down, making it smoother. Something like that. Or the opposite, you know, if they're walking on the left, that means their right side's being not shaved as much. I don't know if it'd make it smoother or whatever, but like I'm thinking like someone with a gait or something. Have any ideas, Lieutenant?
Someone operating a workbench with a pedal? Like a
Oh,
joiner at the harbor.
Okay.
Or maybe a drummer?
He regrets it the moment he says it.
I won't call him out on it. I've made some mistakes. Just nod.
I don't know why I said that. We are not looking for a drummer. We are looking for a group of dock workers.
The lieutenant clearly appreciates the chance to clear up the drummer issue himself.
Perhaps it could be a driver. A driver would wear out their right shoe before the left.
Yeah?
The accelerator is on the right.
Actually, thinking the exact same thing.
He doesn't seem to hear you, looking south toward the traffic jam instead. The machines are silent. The engines are all turned off.
We should keep our eyes open around the traffic jam. See whether anyone strikes out as a potential suspect. Seems prudent, no?
I mean, how are we going to see a potential suspect in a traffic jam? I'm not sure. I don't want to attract too much attention.
You're right. Let's keep a low profile.
How old do you think these tracks are?
A week, maybe? 7 days would fit the time frame provided to us by the caller, who reported the hanging.
It is not impossible.
How do you know?
I pulled last week's forecast for coastal Havashol. 7 days below freezing. The day before, the day of his hanging, was the last warm day.
Correct again. Sub-zero temperatures would preserve the tracks in a good state. The commotion here could have taken place a week ago.
What do you think happened?
What do I think? A mob of people brought something heavy to the tree. One of them was carrying the victim. They shuffled around, especially under the tree. Then, after hoisting him up, they stood in a semicircle facing his direction. At first glance, this appears to be a lynching.
Indeed, they all stood in a row here and looked at the tree. Yes, everything fits so well. Carried him over, hoisted him up, watched him hang. This is easy. Isn't it strange to have your assumptions confirmed like this? This is what someone whispering suggestions in your ear would like you to feel.
We should withhold being content for now, though.
The lieutenant is saying something, but you can't hear it. Suddenly, it seems like your tie is alive again.
Oh God.
Whispering,
No.
screaming into your ear.
Not the tie again.
What? Withhold being content? What are you? Mild to moderately disabled? That doesn't feel like something you should do.
Oh my God.
Live a little. Everything on the damn crime scene fits like a glove. You should get shit-faced on this damn crime scene.
This is not how vivid I want my inner life to be. I just want to get back to solve the crime.
Shut up, fuck midget.
I have no idea what's going on here, but you should not do anything that the horrific necktie tells you to do.
Detective?
Okay. I'm experiencing a mild malfunction, Lieutenant. Something to do with my tie. It'll pass. Just, can you give me a moment?
The lieutenant looks at you curiously.
Nighttime.
A beat passes in silence. The wind blowing, the cargo belt squeaking. The lieutenant doesn't understand what's happening right now. You're twisting at your tie, looking sweaty even by your standards. He needs to say something.
I agree. Our assumptions could be wrong. Better not to have them confirmed just yet. Do you see anything else?
No, we've been through it all. Okay. Did we look at this yet?
This trash container is locked. The sliding lid has a padlock that says, "Whirling in rags." There's something in there, not necessarily connected to the case, but still.
Why am I looking at you, trash container? It's just a trash container.
The body is downwind from here. Maybe you prefer the smell of garbage to the smell of death.
Lieutenant, what do you think could be in here?
Trash, food waste from the cafeteria. They lock these containers to keep the derelicts from flocking in. Could be evidence too.
Seems like a reasonable assumption.
Mm-hmm.
How do we get the lock open?
We could try using a pry bar, the one you took from my motor carriage, or
Or
we could ask for a key from the manager of the Whirling in Rags.
Yeah.
He probably has one.
He might also have information. This is better than the pry bar idea.
can't force it open. Alright. No, it said the manager. Oh, that is Gart, the manager. That's right. Okay. I keep wanting to call him the bartender, which is, what we called him at first, and he did not like that. He is not the bartender, he's the manager.
Can I help you?
Yeah, the trash container out back yours?
Mine? No, it belongs to the Whirling in Rags.
Okay, asshole.
Thank you for clearing that up. Why do you keep the container locked?
Why? To keep the hobos and drunks out. That's why. And the neighbors, too. They put their trash there, and they don't pay for the garbage company.
I thought as much. And are you the only party with access to the trash container?
Well, yes. Us and the garbage disposal company.
It seems a little callous, doesn't it? Something stirs in you.
Not really. But sure, what's this? I'm curious about what the feeling is. Like, this is me debating with myself. Like, no, it doesn't feel callous, but I'm intrigued why I think it feels callous.
Prod at him and find out.
Nah, no. We're not gonna do that. We need those keys.
What do you need them for?
It concerns the case. Please cooperate.
Just bring them back once you're done, please.
Okay. Hey, now if we would have yelled at him, I don't think he would have done that so easily. Again, our character at this point, from the first time we met him, we kind of realized that, he doesn't like us, so if we want information, we gotta be at least a little nicer to him. At least not piss him off.
This trash container is locked.
Alright, open it.
With a well-oiled crack, the lock pops open. It should now be possible to simply raise the lid. Don't. Maybe you shouldn't.
Didn't I just have a premonition that something is in there?
There is, but you won't like it. Sweat forms on your brow. Your hand is still on the lid.
Open it.
The smell of rotten food rises to greet you. You see soggy cartons, dirty rags, and organic waste.
We're just in time. This hasn't been emptied for over a week.
Alright, look under the boxes of carton.
You see milk and egg rest with one broken egg in it. Some pasta wrapper. Picking up the soggy packages somehow feels familiar. A box falls into pieces in your hands. Batiste Soleil cereal. There are plastic pasta packages below. And turbo noodles. Nothing of note, however.
Pick up the rags.
Among the threadbare kitchen towels, something catches your eye. A pair of denim trousers.
Oh, let's grab them.
As the legs of the slime-covered jeans begin to unspool from the garbage, a rank corpse smell fills the air.
The victim's clothes? Cadaverine odor is faint. If these belong to the deceased, they were removed when he was still in the early stages of decay. Drop them in here, officer.
Interesting. They killed him, let him decay a little bit, then took his clothes out.
Guitar marked blue jeans. Pockets empty or emptied. He wore them with a belt, too, a white belt. The loops appear stretched, but the belt is missing. That's it. Do you see anything else in there? I have another bag here.
Something slimy catches your eye.
Reach for it. I have these gloves on.
A drab, long-sleeved shirt, olive-colored, appears from the food waste, dripping with pus.
This is a military-type overgarment. No label or serial number. This is the kind of rib-knit shirt that's worn over light armor to conceal it in an urban scenario.
Huh.
Anything more?
Interesting. Military-esque.
The rest of the rags are just kitchen variety waste. A yellow old mug that catches your eye. But other than that,
Yeah, that's all.
All right. We should go to Gart again and ask if he knows who put the clothes in the trash. It could be as simple as someone from the hostel cleaning the yard. Or that one.
The boy.
I'd advise against confronting that force.
Yeah. I mean, we need to ask the kids who put them. But, that's after we get intel from everything else. So, you think someone from the Whirling might have been involved?
Not really. All we know is the victim's clothes are in the trash.
Yeah.
The lid was locked, and his establishment had the key.
I agree.
It's just a small loose thread.
But we do need to ask these kids.
The fuck's he on about? Kids? You hear that, Kuno? He thinks you're an infant or something.
See?
Okay.
the lieutenant nods, then looks back into the trash container.
It's a food waste.
It's just organic waste, cold and slimy on your hands. Apple and potato peels, mostly. Unidentified sludge, and the occasional chicken bone thrown in for good measure. But hey, nothing. It's nothing. Nothing more to see here. What's this?
What?
A blue piece of plastic sticks out from the apple peels. It's shiny. Looks like the corner of something. Something larger. A clipboard. A blue plastic clipboard with moist papers hanging from it. They look badly damaged, but you can still make out forms and notes, written in a man's handwriting.
Officer, is that your
That's what I was thinking.
paperwork?
My paperwork? I don't know what this is.
It is. Look, the plastic has the RCM street grid on it.
Nice.
You've even got an autopsy form in there.
And we got an autopsy form. Oh, yeah.
If you don't mind my asking, how could you have let your paperwork end up in the trash?
I think I didn't want to be a cop anymore. That's why I tried to flush my cop life down the toilet.
Well,
His eyes express a rare condolence. Then he picks it up.
lucky we found it. You should take stock of what remains, just to be sure some has not made it into the hands of the RCM's adversaries. Organized crime and the like. There might have been police secrets in your notes.
Yeah, I'll do that.
It would also not hurt to start taking notes on the case. Now, tell me what your eagle eyes see. Or are we finished?
Some items, such as the ledger you found, are interactable. Go to your inventory and select the Interact tab to read your
Alright,
paperwork.
and the mug. I'm getting that mug too.
You pick out a broken mug with an oddly racist depiction of the yellow man frolicking in saffron,
Antique?
only in its social sensibility.
Take it.
The container sounds a muffled gong.
We got a racist mug.
That's one thing off the list. I think we got it all.
Alright. Well, damn. That was awesome. So we gotta find out who put the clothes in the trash, ask Gart, and then Kuno. Read the ledger here. Do the ledger first. What's this mug about?
It's just a racist mug. What's there to read here? Not much.
Quite a lot, actually. Look at all that content.
Oh boy, here we go. What are you going to say about a broken, tossed-away mug that you dug out of the garbage?
I don't know. I guess this mug is an example of prejudice. I'm gonna use it as an example of what not to do.
But it was in the trash. Why not just call it out when you see it? Or do some volunteering work. Just finish your case, detective.
Uh-huh. Fine. Alright, damage ledger.
It's the ledger you found in the trash. A pitiful cabbage of white and yellow papers hanging from plastic board, barely held together by a metal clip. This sad display is made complete by the faint smell of urinal cleaner.
Anything else?
There's a piece of toilet paper, or is it cleaning tissue? No, it's toilet paper, desperately sticking to the back of the blue plastic clipboard. It's a metaphor for you.
Oh.
Below the pathetics, terror. Do not look into its blue heart.
Spec the toilet paper.
It's just toilet paper sticking to the back of the plastic clipboard. You can take it off if you want.
Maybe it's kitchen tissue? They look exactly the same.
If you want it to be kitchen tissue, it can be kitchen tissue. It's not, though. It's toilet paper.
Perception smell check. Take it off.
Still wet, the toilet paper, I mean
Got experience for
kitchen
that.
tissue, sorry, peels off the plastic easily. All you have to do is shake it off your finger, and voila, the ledger now looks marginally better.
Clip.
An aluminium block runs the width of the board, biting down on the paperwork. Its crocodile teeth are the only thing keeping the papers together. A regular pencil, the tip worn down to nothing, has been attached to the clip.
My finger across it.
The surface is interrupted by a silvery sticker. It's rectangular, sparkling with iridescence. You don't know how you didn't notice it before. It is similar to the RCM watermark on your blazer the lieutenant mentioned. Didn't he say something about the headlights of his motor carriage? That you can read these there?
Lieutenant, is this one of those hologram watermarks you mentioned?
What? Yes, halogen watermark used for adding information to RCM property.
Interesting, what kind?
It depends. Aside from an anti-counterfeiting stamp, mine has my station number and address. The information varies by date of issue.
Maybe yours will have how many cases you've solved. How many years you've been on the force, he's thinking. It'll have that.
How can I read it?
Any capable light with the right wavelength will do.
So the headlights of your Enema?
Yes, RCM vehicles have headlights tuned especially to reveal halogen watermarks.
Alright.
This means you can read the watermarks if you just turn the lights on.
Thank you.
Okay.
While a bunch of sodden papers sag from the clipboard in your hand, it's a sorry sight.
Smell the ledger.
The acidic stench of rotting food is rubbed off on the cellulose. It now forms the base of the experience. This base surrounded by a faint air of spoiled meat, the stuff of death itself, and then sprinkled liberally with the citrus zest of toilet cleaner.
The clipboard.
It's made of dark blue plastic, hard enough to beat someone to submission with. The edges are rounded, however. The U4 size board feels thick and heavy in your hand. Light shimmers on its wet surface. On the back you see the embossed letters, RCM.
What was the color?
Blue. The blue heart. Don't look into it.
Take it.
Something rattles inside, ever so lightly. Is there a hidden compartment?
Oh.
Permeables. It's not hidden per se. The compartment is made for permeable materials that would get damaged if something happened to it.
Look inside.
The plastic shimmers like lapis lazuli, but it is not see-through. You cannot see to its center.
How would I open it?
With your hands, U4-sized pages hang from the clip screwed to the top of the board.
Wait, what? Lonesome Long Way Home has me lose interfacing since when? This has nothing here about negative interfacing. Where does it tell you that like you have negative? That doesn't say that anywhere. No, yeah, no, there's no negative interfacing. Okay, so it's just that specific check for some weird reason. Damn. Okay, interesting. So I could level up interfacing. What's interfacing? Picking locks? You know what? That does sound like something I'd actually want to do. So I could definitely level it up. Give it a shot. Level it up when we inevitably fail. That'll be after we do the rest of this stuff. Alright, browse the white papers.
They're not exactly white. They're yellowed in patches by sunlight and alcohol, and covered in dense blue handwriting. Ink escapes into watercolor patterns, reaching its tendrils across entire pages. The paper itself is checkered, with faint red lines, forming short paragraphs. Once in a while, there's a red stamp that exclaims, "Case files commit to paper." The case files themselves are plenty. You count more than 100 sodden, crumpled up, earmarked pages falling apart in your hands. They appear to be sufficiently organized and extremely dense, if mostly illegible.
What's in there? What are they about?
Work, strife, poverty, the Jamrock Quarter. These are handwritten logs of investigations dating back to January 51, this year. The exact number is hard to estimate due to missing pages and an odd naming convention. But there are at least 20, maybe 30 cases undertaken, not completed, mind you.
Okay.
It's the middle of March. You have attempted 2 cases a week on average.
Two cases a week? Is that a good caseload, Lieutenant?
Huh? 2 complex cases to undertake is a lot, yes. You really have to push yourself. I would not suggest it, lest you start making mistakes.
2 cases a week appears to have been my load, Lieutenant. Not sure I completed them, though.
2? That's a lot. I didn't mean to say you are making mistakes, by the way. That was presumptuous of me.
I'm sure I made plenty.
It's okay. We all make mistakes.
God knows I've made my share. He tries not to think of them. Like a fan of gills, the checkered papers dry in your hand. The handwriting is extremely dense, if mostly illegible.
There was a mention of a naming convention?
Yes, it appears you employ a, shall we say, robust yet literary system. Each investigation has its case number written on the margins. Yet, still more tellingly, most are accompanied by a name.
Oh, God.
A title, one might say even. One that draws inspiration from Snoop fiction and Vespertine cop show staples.
And they're written in capital letters, too.
Yes, all caps. One is called The Next World Mural. Another, The Square Bullet Hole Murders. Another yet, The Unsolvable Case.
Or?
Others appear more light-hearted. The guys on a couch in an unexpected location, and the murder at the hookah parlor. Even the rare article-free collapsing tenement. Murder features prominently throughout. It's going to take an effort to piece these case files together, but it can be done. Once you're done inspecting them up close.
Yeah, my cases appear to employ some kind of naming convention.
You mean the alphanumeric? Officer, precinct, time of arrival at the scene?
No, I mean non-numeric one with titles.
Oh, you mean the titular? Yes, well, so do I. In our defense, almost everyone in the RCM does.
Why?
It's a holdover from the early days of the RCM, right after the revolution, when the organization had little idea how to do things. It persists in an unofficial capacity. Officers use these titles to refer to their work among themselves.
Seem to have named the case The Square Bullet Hole Murders.
Again, in your defense, I seem to have named one The Man with the Hole in His Head. That was a real person. His death was real. Still, I named it that, to amuse myself. I pray his loved ones never find out.
What happened to him?
Rail spiked through the head. He died. It was a workplace accident.
I thought we're bonding. Alright, let's count the pages. I have to open an official case. Is there room?
There is, for precisely one more.
Convenient.
15 pages near the end remain untouched by the damage. The checkered grid forms a structure of passages, breaking the case into subtasks to accomplish. Once all the tasks are accomplished, the case is complete.
Commit to paper.
Sadly, the ledger only comes with an old, worn-down lead pencil. It's unfitting of this monumental event.
Ooh, do we use a pen? Which we can't go back and change. Or a pencil? This is a big moment for us. Kim, do you have a pen?
The lieutenant looks at his blue notebook. 2 fat, shiny pens hang from the binder, like large caliber bullets on an an ammo belt. It's downright incriminating. He has little choice but to give you one, although he really does not want to. He is not really saying anything, just standing there, looking at them.
Fine, I'll just use this crappy pencil.
Absolutely motionless at first, then animated slowly, imperceptibly.
Didn't want to give you his pen, though. I thought we were bonding.
To browse his notes again, leaving you to the case files. The threat has passed. He is thankful it has passed, and that he's gotten to keep both pens. Onto the paper with a brash free hand, uncannily similar to the rest of the letters. The wording comes easily. It's almost robotically simple. A language developed for mental rigor and simplicity. Inspect the victim's body. Interview the cafeteria manager. It's not exactly poetry, but poetry would be out of place.
Alright, cross out the ones already finished.
A satisfying slash sounds across the paper. You're done, it seems to say. And you, and you. Things to be done and things already done. The composition of reality. This is an extremely useful tool for a detective of the citizens' militia. Now all that remains is to name the case.
Have you by any chance named our case?
No, actually. Any ideas?
Hit on the stick. Let's go with the Hanged Man.
Great. That's great. That's actually what I was thinking too. The Hanged Man. Good, strong name. We have a very good name for the case now. I'm going to start calling it the Hanged Man. It's good we sorted this out.
Alright, I'm done inspecting these.
You don't exactly close them, so much as distance yourself from the smelly papers.
Ooh.
They're a little further from your nose now.
Nice. I can do a logic check here. Let's do the yellow papers first.
In the back, you see thin, translucent copy of paper. Some neon yellow, some bright red, all covered in boxes, like marching armies. These look like official forms, waiting to be filled out. Then rip them from the binder and hand them out, according to type of form.
What type of forms are these?
3. The topmost are misconduct fines, the middle ones are station calls, and the bottommost are field autopsy forms. Each is easy enough to make sense of. You don't have to be an intellectual giant to do police work.
Field autopsy.
A dozen pages of thin copy paper, bright red in color. You see the parameters of a deceased human form, waiting to be filled in. Age, sex, condition of internal organs.
Station call.
These are quite sinister in turn. They give a date and time for the person to appear at the specified precinct police station. Below the call are the criminal charges you risk by not appearing.
Misconduct fine.
A monetary penalization ranging from 20 to 250 real. Severe cases allow for 1,000 real, but that requires special paperwork. The details of issuing these fines are spread out over the rest of the fields, but they appear pleasantly vague.
Alright, enough.
Yes, all that remains now is to fill those forms and hand them to people. Fines for wrongdoers, interview requests for bad guys, and field autopsies to dead guys. The rest of the stinking cellulose is much worse for wear. Being sandwiched between the board and the rest of the paperwork must have spared the fragile copy of paper.
Alright, can I read the case files now, Kim?
Yes, you can piece them together using the alphanumeric code on the margin. It always begins with HDB 41, then date of initialization and time of arrival on the scene, followed by the title. For example, HDB 41120111700, the Next World Mural.
HDB 41, weren't those officer precinct?
Why, yes, your precinct number is 41.
And HDB?
Every last alphanumeric in the files begins with it. And these are your case files. It's safe to say HDB are your initials.
Wow, I don't know what to say to that.
I got nothing here either. Logic really isn't the best faculty to have this conversation with, but it's the one you got. So sorry. Yeah, we're staying out of this business for now. HDB is bad news from yesteryear. It's shit, honcho.
How long will it take to read the case?
It takes about half an hour to piece one together, using the system you've devised. Where do you want to start?
Alright, so we're going to be reading cases for 2.5 hours here. Damn. Well, that's still fine. The next world mural.
This one is relatively easy to reconstruct. Overnight on 1202, a graffito, nay, a mural, appears on an 8-story tenement overlooking central Jamrock. The building is a sparsely inhabited ghost tower, part of a failed real estate development called Grand Couronne. Cause of failure, rent too high. The mural is enormous. 2 silhouettes, a man and a woman, are kissing. The text cut into their form reads, "True love is possible, only in the next world. For new people, it is too late for us. Wreak havoc on the middle class. People call it that thing and that fucking thing. It's visible for miles. In 2 days, the station's complaints desk gets clogged with requests to remove the bummer. You and your partner are assigned to the case."
Partner. Well, we already know my partner.
The graffito crew is easy to track down. Only the bell lectures have the literage of industrial paint to cover the surface. One of the graffito artists is rumored to be rich. They take responsibility for the execution, but not the design. The ideologue of the next world mural, as the crew calls it, remains an unknown.
Will I ever find who came up with it?
The case files do not show you finding the author of the design. The crew agrees to clean up after themselves. However, your partner, JV, is against the removal, citing public support for conservation. This leads to a debate in Precinct 41, which then spreads to the streets of Jamrock, ending in a rare plebiscite organized by you and the rest of Row 3.
Oh.
The 9,000 people subjected to the mural's message, all of Lakeside, Central Jamrock, and Villalobos, plus half of the eminent domain, participate in the vote. Although the case begins with what appears to be a lot of rambling on the streets as to how juvenile and stupid the mural is, given a choice between 2 options.
Move the mural, it's wrong.
A staggering 78% of voters choose to keep it. Turns out the opposition were a loud minority.
Interesting.
And that love truly is possible in the next world for new people. And it is too late for us.
Middle class are not to be blamed. It's human nature.
Did anyone ask you what you believe in, man with the smelly toilet ledger? What do you want to tackle next? Or are we done?
The unsolvable case.
AKA Leslie and Burke. AKA the public indecency drunk and the property damage drunk is a cursed case. It has been passed from unsuspecting officer to unsuspecting officer for 10 years. On January 29, the unsolvable case made its way to you. Why you accepted it, it is unclear. Every officer, and indeed most civilians in Jamrock, know it's unsolvable. Leslie will always take his pants off when he's drunk. Burke will always trash everything. It's just what they do. It is their nature. You cannot change the nature of a man, and you can't lock them away because public indecency and small-scale property damage are not punishable by incarceration. The only way for Leslie to stop flashing his genitals to bypassers and for Burke to stop dismantling signage and rear-view mirrors would be for them to stop drinking alcohol, which, in their 40s or 50s, it's hard to tell because of their distorted features, is a medical improbability on par with you ceasing to produce the expression.
Couldn't we just keep them off the streets?
You would think that, but you're wrong. Where's the fun in exposing your genitals or breaking stuff in your own home? No, Leslie and Burke are on the corner of Main Street and Perdition because that's where the action is. Can you keep yourself off the streets? Threatening fines, dragging them to the station, locking them up in the hellholes they live in, locking them up in the station, hypnotherapy, even trying to get the local gang of Zemyaki to take them out. The Zemyaki gave them ethanol so Burke and Leslie would expose and rampage even harder. You tried it all, and still the complaints wouldn't stop, as they hadn't stopped for 10 years. It's plain to see from the files that you, Satellite Officer JV, and Special Consultant TH had more important cases to attend to. You uncover cross-reference to several ongoing investigations, each brought to a standstill every time you drive down Main Street. Because there they are, on the corner of Perdition. And what is Leslie doing?
Now, I could just look up here and scroll up, but we're going to try to remember. Actually, I don't remember which is which, but I think Leslie, I'm going to think he's the first person, which is public indecency.
Good. You're learning.
Okay.
If the files are to be trusted, that's all there is to it. That and Burke breaking things, and the fact that they're both drunk. But then again, so are you. The case becomes considerably less comic one day when Burke takes a swing at your ledger. He must have it confused with the property he likes to damage. But the joke's on him. The officer is also drunk. Way more drunk than Burke there. And let's be fair, you also have party eyes. You slam the hardened plastic board in his face, then proceed to beat him unconscious with it. In the process, the ledger sustains damage. The compartment within, reserved for permeable documents, is jammed shut. You stop your assault on the now unconscious Burke to open it, but are unable to do so. The officer began to cry, reports Leslie, who, at this point, is tending to Burke. He came at us, and at us. I think he was trying to kill Burko. While trying to kill Burko, you slowly come around. The permeables compartment is open. You've smashed it open on poor Burko's kneecaps. The good news is, Burke can't walk anymore. Can't get out of his apartment, an invalid. With Burke to tend to, Leslie cuts back on the indecent exposure. Maybe he flashes his genitals to Burke. Who knows? But both drunks are off the street. The complaints stop. The unsolvable case is solved.
There we go. All we had to do was cripple one of them. That's
Which
all.
is also why the officer responsible narrowly escapes a disciplinary hearing. The end. Do you want to read another one?
The square bullet hole murders.
It would be very interesting to read about these, wouldn't it? I mean, there seems to be a square-shaped entry wound in the victim's forehead. She's been sitting there for weeks, on her rocking chair, with a square hole in her skull, staring at the wall, her mouth agape.
What?
That's all you got. From the half hour you spent piecing it together, all you know is the entry wound was square-shaped. You never found the bullet. And then another body showed up, also with a square hole in his forehead.
Doesn't have to be a bullet. It could be like like Kim was saying, it could be some sort of spike or something that's square-shaped. So a sequence killer.
Who knows? Those pages are missing. What next? Don't worry. One day you may still catch the man with the square gun.
Alright, the couch in an unexpected location.
Some assholes brought their couch outside and hung out on it. In the middle of the street, on the roof, on the hillside by the motorway. You know, at an unexpected location. They were young, and they thought they looked cool on it.
It looked really cool. Like a rock band.
Yes, as you said here, insufferable rock and roll assholes. Young people are the worst. So anyway, you got a complaint about the damn sofa, or couch, or whatever it was. They were leaving it out in all these unexpected and whimsical locations. They took it to where they also took photos of themselves on it, and smoked cigarettes, and drank coffee because they felt it's intellectual. Cigarette butts, coffee cups, stupid couch. You had to clean it all up, and you did. So congratulations to you. Case solved.
Did I ever catch him?
No, you didn't have time for that. These notes show that you have what is called a real goddamn job. You don't have time to be chasing down the couch assholes.
Of course.
You have a real job to do. What next?
I have a real job to do, like solving this murder, but first, the last 2.5 hours of reading my previous cases, Murder at the Hookah Parlor.
Murder. Tum 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 at the Hookah Parlor was a case originally assigned to an officer called Joseph Mills, who is now dead, of circumstances completely unconnected to murder at the Hookah Parlor.
Wait, how?
Beaten to death by a throng of Villalobos gang members when him and his partner J.M., only initials mentioned, answered a call one night. It's a sad story, and it isn't really represented in your case files. Stop stalling and get to the murder at the Hookah Parlor.
Right. On with the murder.
Joseph Mills was on this case that he just couldn't solve. Was doing it solo. Said it was a real nutcracker, a real brain twister. Was on it for, like, a month. The captain got impatient. Shit or get off the pot, Mills didn't get off the pot. Not yet. He kept at it for a couple of weeks more, racking his brains, running with every theory, as outlandish as they seemed. Still couldn't solve the murder at the Hookah Parlor. Tough case, he said. Toughest he's ever had.
Was he a good cop?
No, he was awful. Awful sense of humor, too. The worst jokes you've ever heard. Really rapey. Still, he'd been on it for months now. Said it was the final case. Said it was uncrackable. That murderer vanished into thin air. That goddamn hookah parlor was all he talked about. Okay, so the case is handed to you because Mills isn't getting anywhere, and you look into it. Here's the setup. A young man is found dead in a hookah parlor. You know, those places where you go and smoke bubblegum-flavored vapor all day.
Yeah, really stupid.
Yeah, so anyway, young man in his 20s found with his skull busted open.
Yeah, my character didn't care about bubblegum flavor.
In the middle of the day.
He cares about smoking, being high all day.
No one else is in there. Only client that
or
day.
He did.
In perfect health, too. Some kind of movie producer. No one enters. No one exits. He's just sucking on his watermelon hookah all morning, all noon, like he usually does. He's a regular. No calls, nothing. Just sucking on the hookah until 15:45. Then bam, he's dead on the floor with his skull busted open, blood everywhere. What happened? How can it be? Mills has no idea. Invisible assassin, movie deal gone sour. Girl at the counter did it. Nothing fits. Eerie. Man just dropped dead. So you go to the parlor. You see cushions around the table. Tables low, heavy, really sharp edge.
This is exactly what I was thinking. Yeah, he sucked the hookah, stood up, and passed out. Then hit his head on the table and died.
See? You can't even read the thing without solving it. Yeah, it was that. Turns out hookah does do something. It turns off your brain's oxygen supply. And you don't notice it until you get up to go to the bathroom.
Must have sucked a lot of it.
Yeah, he liked his hookah. Stephen was his name.
What was he doing there for 6 hours?
Smoking hookah. Didn't you hear? I don't know. Trying to come up with a movie script, maybe. Anyway, that was Murder at the Hookah Parlor. Joseph Mills wasn't a good detective, and about 30 minutes has passed piecing it together. Next. Not much has changed.
All right, time for
a bunch of sodden papers still sags.
Oh, nice. So wow, so this was a 40-something% chance, but because we got the crack it on the knee like Burke, because when I was reading the case file, I actually got it right on who Burke versus the other one was. Now this is a 72% chance. Hell yeah! Let's try to open this hidden compartment on the clipboard.
Is not what you
fuck off.
Doing.
Wow.
You squeeze the plastic to slide it open, but nothing happens. Then you bend it some. Then crack it. The goddamn thing is stuck. The ledger quivers in your hand. As it shakes, the pages rustle. This pathetic mess, suddenly afraid.
This is fine, because again, this is lockpicking, so this is actually a skill that I would want to be leveling up anyways. So interface, and we do have 2 skill points, so level up one of them there. Wait, why can't I retry it right now? I gotta take the ledger back out, I guess?
It's the ledger you found
There you
in
go.
the trash. A cabbage of
83%.
papers hanging from the board. Just relax. The 2 sides of the board are slightly misaligned, like a drawer that's come off the slides. All you need to do is bend the plastic on your knee, slowly. The slides snap back into place. It should be possible to just,
Slide the drawer open.
Without resistance or sound, the 2 panels move against each other. The compartment is now open.
Inside.
2 ticket stubs and a handmade postcard.
Pick up the ticket stubs.
2 octopuses are smiling, reaching their tentacles toward each other in the colored pencil drawings. The tickets permit access to the zoo in Revachol East. The aquarium costs extra. These let you go there, too.
Interesting. And the card?
Thin wax paper has been glued to a piece of cardboard. Sounds like leaves rustling when you pick it up. You see violet flowers, floral patterns, patches of glue.
Smell it.
It smells of chewing gum. Apricot flavored. A touch of cinnamon. The end of summer. You think the label says tutti frutti.
Open it.
Familiar handwriting lines the inside of the card. Looped, round letters in a woman's hand.
Yep, figured. My wife or my girlfriend or whatever.
A young woman in her 20s. There is care, effort, and a smile. You think. Although that is not something you can read from someone's handwriting. Harry, it begins.
H.
You're already reading. I wanted to write you a letter so you can read it when you wake up. Maybe it will make you happy. Throw it away, please.
But it will make me happy.
A merciful wind blows in.
About to find out why we were drunk.
Dusting the ground at your feet.
Maybe.
And raising newspapers far away.
I mean,
You
well,
feel
not from
the
this,
car
but this might like
slipping
reawaken a
into
memory.
it.
Hold on to it. Read the card.
Your hands shake, holding on to it. Every morning when I step out and you're asleep behind me, it says, I find a little piece of sadness in me. I carry it in my chest, down Voyager Road. Every step I take, it grows. By the time I reach the fuel station, it has filled me entirely. I step onto the light rail and look back. Sparks fall from the bow collector. I know it will be like this until late afternoon, when I get off the 42 and walk back to you.
Keep reading.
You. Every step I take will get lighter. It almost makes me run. Sometimes I do. I can't believe I met you. I can't believe the happiness I feel with you. You have a vast, vast soul, and I will always, always, always come back to it. Kisses, kisses, kisses. You feel the air sucked out of your lungs and the blood sucked out of your head. Everything around you gets dark. Small white dots appear. You feel the ledger slip from your hand. No, hold on.
Just past that barely. Hold on.
To what? There's nothing.
Are we gonna die from a heart attack?
Detective, is everything alright?
Oh god, we're gonna fall sideways. Did we die? Come on. Ugh, we died, didn't we? God damn it. This.
There is nothing. Again.
Oh, we're not dead. Just lie there passed out.
Well,
Whew, okay.
almost nothing. There is the ground below you. That's still there. And the small light that's on, fluttering, somewhere in the basal ganglia.
Who's that?
That's me. Blue eyes, that's me.
Who was that?
Who was what?
He speaks of the sickening longing, the unwell emotion. Even in the darkness, he's grasping for it. Still trying to hold on to the great sorrows slipping in the water. Slimy.
No, I was cool. I'm cool.
The cool when you're dead, brother.
Here in the paleo-mammalian cortex, we call it the shadow. Because it's always there.
White morning. Oh god. Is that the X something? The
Bloated corpse of the past resurfacing.
No, it was beautiful.
Beautiful. Believe me, stupid ape, its lack of beauty was not the problem.
Where's Voyager Road?
There is no Voyager Road. There are no roads, no houses, no lights in the windows. It's all on pause.
Enough. I'm just gonna lie here motionless.
You think they would let you? Until you disintegrate into biomolecules? No. Someone is breathing on your face now, inspecting your pupils, stupid idiot.
What is that? It's cold.
Yes, they're pouring something on you. It's in you. And
It's delicious. Glowing lights on a dashboard emerge out of nothingness.
Where am I?
The upholstered cabin of Lieutenant Kitsuragi's motor carriage, seated in the driver's basket. The air is thick with leatherworks and heavy fuel oil. Cold water runs down your chin.
Drink. Water.
Drink.
The water is cold, silvery, the stuff of life itself as it pours down your parched throat. The pounding in your head recedes. The darkness parts.
Drink. You haven't drunk water in 2 days. Did you know the human body is not made to survive on alcohol alone? You need a secondary form of hydration.
Drink.
With greedy gulps, you down half a liter of cold water. Some of it spills on the driver's seat. The lieutenant pays no heed to it.
What happened?
I should ask you the same.
You were reading your paperwork. Then you passed out. I carried you to my kinema to take you to a hospital. Then you came to.
How long was I out?
10 minutes, maybe.
Did we tell him the truth? Yeah. I came in contact with the burnt-out ruins of the past, Lieutenant.
That does sometimes happen.
Again, we're bonding, so...
He replies with such understanding, it's as if the burnt-out ruins of the past were an occupational hazard. Athlete's foot for cops.
You dropped these. Are you okay to proceed?
Let's solve this case.
Good.
The Ledger of Failure and Hatred is a special item that can be used both as an interactable and a tool equipped in your held slot for skill bonuses.
Oh.
Find it under the Tools tab in your inventory.
What? What skill bonuses? -2 authority, but 1 empathy in Inland Empire. Now, I know my authority is going to be pretty low. Oh no, it's here. There'll only be 2 authority, but Inland Empire and empathy both would be pretty dope. It's just that, again, people are not going to care about me. I know we're talking about to the kids soon. But, let's see. Authority demands respect. But the thing is, would the kids even care about authority? I don't know. Interesting. We got... White Morning. -1 authority. Little guy gets further and further away. But it's interesting because they don't tell us what the reward is until we get it. Interesting. That'll take 5 hours, too. Again, I want to talk to the kids before we do this, I guess. Oh, but can't I... The game here. Can't I internalize it and take it out? Yeah, because this one... I think uses a skill point to forget. But at least this one, you can just stop it. Now, I am curious about this. Like, we had a -1. Minus 130 from that. We had a -1 in that check because we have Lonesome Long Way? Why? There shouldn't have been any kind of negative. Just learning cap increased. We'll see if that keeps popping up. Because I'm hoping with just that specific check, and not like checks for all whatever ability that was, maybe interfacing or whatever. That's not shown here as a negative. So it'd be okay if it's just that check. Alright. But yeah, this is interesting, because again, you don't know what the positive from this is, and then once you get it, you have to spend a skill point to get rid of it. So you're gambling. Alright. This is what I was doing right now, read the watermarks. I was going to go to this next anyway. And then we were going to go in here and talk to the guy, and there might even be the people in there, so... I'll talk to the kid probably later. I'm not sure if he goes to bed at all, because it's already 9 o'clock.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out
Alright,
toolbox,
Kim, how do I turn on the
a soft-
headlights?
Alright. Ready? I turn, you press start. It's next to the preheater.
He's downplaying his excitement. The lieutenant is more than happy to show off his precious carriage.
Alright, start.
The dashboard lights up with orange glow. The rounds per minute gauge jumps, and the engine of the Caprice Canema comes to life with a whiny growl.
Alright, headlights.
The lights unfold with a little click, casting electrical light onto the ground before the vehicle.
There you go. I'll turn them off from the remote once you're done. We just need to stand in front of the machine now.
Alright.
As you hold your ledger's clip under the headlamp, an iridescent hologram appears. A street grid and the veins of a great river. A familiar sensation washes over you.
There she is. Revachol West.
Around the borders of the watermark are dozens, no, hundreds of micro-perforations.
Look at the street grid.
The rectangular watermark is overlaid with the logo of the RCM, and yet the major arteries of Revachol are all recognizable. They shimmer in the Canema's headlights.
Look around me.
You catch a faint glimmer from a broken beer bottle in the distance. Sounds. 2 men engaged in a drunken argument, followed by the closing of some distant window.
Ah, Martinez at night.
So where are we on this map?
Let me see. Right here.
Sure, I've seen worse.
Oh yes. Coal City. Le Royaume. The burnt-out quarter.
Alright, let's look at the perforations.
There are many of them, and they are divided into 3 separate rows.
Tally up the rows.
The first row has 18 dots.
Next.
The next is the longest. It runs all the way around the border, and then some.
Count them.
There are so many, it's hard to count. More than 150, at least. Maybe even 200.
The last.
The last row has 3 perforations.
It?
That's it.
Hey Kim, what do all these holes mean?
Those are perforations. They represent your record as an officer of the RCM. They are your statistics, as it were. I should have guessed you'd keep a record. Officers often do. Let's take a look.
Okay, 18,203. I'm gonna guess I've been on the force for 18 years, 200 cases, and I solved 3 of them.
Alpha male officers who are proud of their numbers often do. It's meant.
The first row represents your years of service.
Yeah.
18 years. Okay, not bad at all. What did you do before you volunteered?
Walk the land, telling whores and liars of the end to come. 18 years I've done this.
That's what it says. I might have guessed even longer based on your age. What did you do all those blissful years of your youth?
Probably some boring office job, same as everyone else.
No shame in working a regular job, detective. Sometimes after a long day of doing this, I even envy it. Let's move on, shall we? This next row, the one that wraps all the way around, is your number of closed cases.
Oh!
Closed is good. It means finished. You've got, let's see.
Alright, so maybe it's 200 closed cases, but 3 convictions.
Wow, more than 200.
That a lot?
It's quite a lot, even for someone who's been on the force for nearly 2 decades. Usually, clearing more than 10 cases a year puts you in the 90th percentile of all RCM officers.
They were saying I used to be a super cop.
Call it what you want. You were a valuable member of your precinct. Now, let's look at the last row. Right. Those are your confirmed kills.
Oh.
You've got precisely 3 perforations there.
Okay, so it's not bad. I thought it was going to be, again, like 200 cases and 3 solved. That's not too many.
For an RCM officer, especially Precinct 41, which is in the Jamrock Quarter, it's rather tame.
Yeah.
I mean that in a good way.
3 in 18 years?
There are certain officers who treat their kills like some kind of ghoulish game. If they do happen to solve a case, it's usually by accident.
Lieutenant doesn't think very highly of these officers.
But it seems as though you are, or at least were, one of the good ones. So we have that to be thankful for.
How do you handle the strain?
Everyone has their own method of coping. Some more effective or self-destructive than others.
Me?
Personally, I find it helps to keep up a few hobbies.
Like what?
Oh, this and that. Let's not get into it now.
Maybe I should find a hobby.
Why not gardening? You've already got the gloves.
It's meant in earnest. Please don't mistake it for a jab.
Have you ever killed anyone, Kim?
Yes.
Doesn't want to elaborate.
It's not a problem for him to state it, however.
Well, thanks.
The lieutenant nods.
Yeah, let's go.
Right. I'll go turn off the lights.
You can now see your statistics on your journal page, to the right of the task description.
Statistics. Name unknown. Well, we do know H. But then we need DB. Super Cop 2. What? Apocalypse Cop 0. Sorry Cop 3. Boring Cop 2. What? Communist, fascist, ultra-liberal, moralist. Good Cop, Bad Cop 7. Honor 1. People killed 3. Cases solved, used in service. Alright. So a more sorry cop, but then second most super cop and boring cop. What the hell? Okay. Oh, that's right here. All our checks. Encyclopedia, pain, interfacing, challenging. Did level up interfacing. Where's map wall at? I don't know what this map wall is. Oh. Yeah, it's right here where we are. Warded door as well. But we can't redo the warded door. I know the barbell. Okay, so it has to be like inside there. That's alright. We're gonna go in there eventually anyways. Oh, what's this? So again, we're gonna do who put the clothes in the trash, talking to guard. It might be the time where the union people are eating in here. I don't know if that's this particular quest. We still haven't looked at the body yet. We're getting all the intel first. And since we're not questioning him on the body, we don't have to look at the body, but we'll probably... Maybe we look at the body before we talk to the kids, just to get some more details from it. We'll have to question them specifically about the body. Most people set up for bed after 9. By 2, everyone's asleep. Interesting. Okay, so here's everybody here. Okay. I don't know if it's gonna be too late to talk to people or not. So I'm gonna talk to these guys first, since he's gonna be here regardless. Oh, I can't even talk to half these guys. I can't talk to any of these guys. I thought the whole point was to talk to, these people, no? Maybe not, okay.
Can I help you?
Here's your trash container key.
Thanks. I hope you found what you were looking for.
I found the victim's clothes.
How strange. I certainly didn't put them there.
That was kind of weird. Who else has keys to the trash container?
The trash collection service? CS Municipal. I don't see why they would put anything in the trash, though.
Ah, the elusive CS Municipal. I doubt we'll be able to track down who was sent here last and when. This will have to be one of those little threats that solves itself down the road.
Alright.
Thank you anyway.
Did someone on your staff would put them there?
Sylvie had the keys before I got here, and I can vouch for her. I can vouch for all my staff. None of us would tamper with the crime scene.
I'm not gonna accuse him even jokingly. Alright, thanks.
Yes?
Alright, well, that's something we gotta wait on later then. We can ask the kids, obviously. Gather in the mess hall. Yeah, see, they're not here today, so it's gonna be like tomorrow then. Alright. We have to keep investigating as long as we can, but it seems like people are gonna be going to bed soon. Alright, so we have that. And that. Right, I can eventually put on this, but right now we might want to keep this. Alright, let me write this down here. What's this thing called again? I can't remember what it's called. What are we? Disco Elysium. Is... There it is. Alright, so I'm gonna write this down. Again, I have my own notes here of a few things. Obviously, we have tasks in game, which is great. That's what it's called. Alright. Bam, bam. Alright. Good. So we have quite a few things. Oh, I can cross off, talk to the cook, / do the back area stuff. Although we do need a key. I guess I'll write that. Although that might be a task too. I think it is a task. Oh well. It's here. Alright, so the question is, should I... oh yeah, that's this one I was thinking of. Should I take this off? I mean, I can see the kids actually not liking authority. You know what? I'm gonna take it off. I feel like authority might be useful. All right. We're actually questioning this guy. That's before we talk to him. I'm just trying to think of the order of how we want to do this, actually. First thing is to ask them about the clothes, but do I actually want to look about all this information up for? Yeah, I think we should. That way we can call out if they're lying or whatever.
The corpse looks at you with bulging white eyes. The face around them does not look human. It's swollen and ready to burst. His lips are fish-like and his tongue like a ball gag in his mouth.
We're not talking to anyone. I can keep that internalized for now.
You seem to be holding your breath.
Down.
A cargo belt twists his neck at an unnatural angle. The body below appears stiff. It's letting out an ungodly rot. The smell seeps in, even through your clenched nostrils.
What is that? Why is it so bad?
Active decay. It's okay to throw up, officer. No one is judging.
He's about to blow! Cop's gonna blow, Kuno!
We're gonna throw up. Let's leave, because I feel like if we throw up in front of them, it'll, like, fuck up some checks. I guess we have to talk to them first. But you have to throw up to then continue, like, looking. That's an interesting choice. Again, I'm just guessing here, but I feel like if I throw up, it's gonna discount them, or, you know, discredit me, make them, you know, not like me as much. But I do feel like if I find out information about the body, I can call them out on their lies. Just go to them. I just talk from here.
Kuno, the pig's getting pretty close to me. Come to snuff my shit out, I think.
Step closer.
Looks like it's time for me to go, Kuno. Pig's come to take me in.
Thought she was Kuno, so it is him. Okay. I just want to ask you some questions.
I'm going away for a long, long time, Kuno. Going away for life.
What's going on there? Fuck are you trying to pull, pig?
I don't want to scare her. Again, I want to make it so they're less aggressive. So we're not... If this is the guy we're talking to, we'll talk to him. This kid. And we don't want to call her kid, which is why I didn't want to do any other options.
Got this.
Throwing rocks at the body. Can't be older than 12.
If there ever was such a thing as an ugly kid, then this is it. He's almost exquisite in his ugliness, like a gremlin.
Oh yeah, nappa gumpy, Kuno.
Moment of your time, please.
Can't talk, pig. Shit's coming up strong. Throwing rocks.
Shit coming up strong. That sounds good. Joyous. You should hang out with this kid and see what that juicy shit is all about.
You see what now?
I mean drugs. The kid's on drugs.
Yeah, Kuno, ride the lightning, Kuno.
Kuno's riding it, see?
The rake, Kuno. You should throw the rake at him, Kuno.
The fuck? Does Kuno know what a rake is? Kuno's not a gardener.
Again, I don't want to mention kid at all, as much as I can. Tim, what should we do?
We shouldn't do anything. I don't tempt such forces.
Forces.
You will see.
The language these kids are using, pure unfettered id. There will be no reasoning with those creatures.
Look, I have questions for you.
All right, entertain the Kuno. Show me what you got. What you got there? What you got, huh? Show me what you got.
But ask, who is Kuno?
Kuno's Kuno, pig.
It's always Kuno, never I. Clearly the kid's using the third-person perspective as a shield.
Do I want to push him any further? You refer to yourself in third person.
The fuck are you calling a third person?
Yeah.
Kuno's the fucking first person?
He looks slightly confused, but proud he came up with that retort. But right as he's getting distracted, you hear a malevolent hiss from behind the fence.
Watch out, Kuno, he's trying to fiddle you. He's gonna put his hands on you. Help! Pig's got Kuno! Help! Rape!
Help! He's got the Kuno, help!
Just answer the questions.
Help! He's digging his dick out!
Escalate, Kuno! His dick is out! You're afraid!
Pigs in here, Kuno! Somebody, please!
How did we get here? How did this happen? This makes no sense. There may still be a way out. Just appeal to his reason.
We can't, I know that. We can't do this physical check. I don't think I'd want to, really. I really should just stop talking to him, but are you high right now?
Help! Misters, help!
He's having the time of his life. Total ecstasy. Fuck the pig.
He's flashing Kuno! He's showing his genitals! If you don't help Kuno now, it'll be too late!
I mean, there's nothing else. None of this stuff will work. Back off.
Look.
For emphasis, a ghost is saying this. A shit-eating psychopathic ghost with an ace up his sleeve.
I know you wanted to hit me. You got that I'm gonna fuck that Kuno up look that Kuno's dad gets. The murder look. The rage look.
Relax. He can't read your mind. He doesn't know you were thinking that.
Yeah, but I didn't act on it. It was just a fantasy.
I know what you thought. I'm gonna fuck that Kuno up. I'm gonna shut that shit down. You know what? You should've, because now you're nothing. You're a joke to Kuno. Kuno laughs at you. King Kuno!
The whole charade was about establishing dominance over you. You backing up means he's succeeded.
Well, I couldn't do the physical check anyway. It was such a low chance, and I didn't really want to.
Kuno turned you into his prison, bitch! You're gonna be in this shit with Kuno!
No, you're not. We can just leave.
Bitch, you're gonna be in this shit with Kuno forever!
A peepo is a type of hat, by the way.
Alright. Do I insult her? We'll try it. Nice peepo.
You don't talk to me about my fucking peeper! You don't know where I come from! You're just Kuno's bottom bitch!
Whatever, I got some questions.
Okay. Kuno is kind to his bitch. Ask your questions, but remember, this changes shit.
Click, 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 click!
Ooh. Damn, a legendary check for empathy. That's nuts. Even if I didn't have that -1, it'd still only be like less than 30% chance. Even leveling it wouldn't do shit. Obviously, we can take the gamble, but after we talk about this stuff. So what do you know about the body?
Shitload, pig. What's your question?
Don't tell the pig shit, Kuno!
Yeah, help me out. What do you want to know?
If I were to want to waste my time, which I do not, I would ask them who he is, how he got there, and the usual.
The usual being, have you seen anything out of the ordinary? Or have you seen anything suspicious?
You know how this guy got up there?
Probably climbed. Kuno was busy down the road when that shit went down.
Didn't see it happen.
You heard Kuno. Kuno wasn't even in Martinez. Kuno wasn't in Revachol. Kuno wasn't regional.
Okay. Where'd you go then?
I don't know. Some fucking
Trying to make something up?
Mesk or I don't know. Some other place. Night City. Kuno was in fucking Night City.
There is no Night City anywhere. That sounds like the name of a city in some pulp science fiction novel.
I don't think I want to call him out on it, though. Okay, so about the dead body.
Yeah. Kuno didn't smoke him, if that's what you mean.
Thanks, Kuno. That's one name you can now cross off the list.
There was no need to call him out there. Just get more fucking aggressive towards us. So you know who this guy was?
Kuno's fuck imp. Kuno uses the fuck imp for target practice.
He's trying to hide the fact that he doesn't know.
Didn't know anything.
Kuno knows all kinds of shit. Kuno's not a snitch, that's all. Trying to make the Kuno sing into the popo phone.
Do you see anything suspicious around here?
Just a couple of pigs sniffing around in the dirt. That seems pretty fucking suspicious to Kuno.
Yeah, you tell the faggoty, Kuno!
Looks like you're a fagari now, whatever that means. The suspicious question doesn't really work in antagonistic situations.
Alright, let's talk about something else.
You're testing Kuno's patience here.
Get lost,
So about the crime scene. Your kids often play in this yard? He's not gonna like this.
Right, pig? This is where
Oh.
Kuno plays with his little wooden choo-choo. What do you want with it?
Ever climb that ladder?
Look at that fucking shit. You're trying to get Kuno killed.
Do you think it's unclimbable?
Fuck does Kuno know? Kuno's not a fucking acrobat.
The lieutenant takes a quick note in his notebook.
It's a trap, Kuno! Don't climb it, Kuno!
What's in that greenhouse?
Dunno. Kiptas gardener used to work there.
Kipt is a pejorative term used to describe people of South Seminese or Areopagite descent. It used to be a common first name among the Areopagites of Ilmara. Not so much anymore.
Mean the young woman, the gardener?
Look, Kuno doesn't explain shit. Kuno just says shit.
Yeah, her. What was she doing in the greenhouse in March anyway? What kind of gardening is done in March?
I'll ask her about that.
Yes, it seems suspicious. You don't like things being like that. Suspicious.
So the dead guy's clothes were in the trash. You know how to get there?
Yeah, Kuno doesn't know shit about that. That shit is beneath Kuno.
I know he's not gonna say anything if he knew, but I don't think he knows anyway. But I'll press a little bit, because that's not too aggressive. I need to know. Could be a lead in the investigation. Someone may have tampered with the murder scene.
Listen, listen. Kuno doesn't care about this small-time shit. Just listen. Kuno saw what you did there, dumpster diving. Sad shit. Kuno could hook you up with some sweet rags. Shit like Kuno's wearing. Your size, good price. 500 real.
Okay. I asked you what happened to his clothes. Must have seen him lying around.
Look, Kuno ain't seen shit lying around. Except for that up there. Now, you want performance gear or not, Grandpa?
The lieutenant remains silent, but his expression couldn't say, "I told you so," any louder.
Entertain me. What's so great about these pants?
Pig, these are found modulars. Liquid fit, performance crotch, urban survival shit. Made in Mirova by scientists. Pants scientists.
Uh-huh.
Believe it, you need this shit.
He unzips his jacket, gives you a quick peek at plastic wrap pants.
These could drastically improve your chances of survival in the urban wilderness. Coach Physical Instrument endorses these pants. They are tartan ready. They will also make you into an idiot.
I mean, if they're actually 500, obviously I'm not going to afford that, but I might be interested in pants. Let's talk about this later.
Alright, Pico, shit's rolling.
Don't do business with the pig, Kuno. He's gonna steal all your money, Kuno.
As you can see, Kuno and C don't trust you. Can't do business without trust.
There's more to his distrust than being a pig. He feels threatened by something obscure in you. What that is, however, remains a puzzle for now.
There's also this mug in the trash.
The fuck? A mug in the trash? Is this about the fucking clothes again?
I mean, I doubt it. Yeah, has this racist mug have anything to do with it?
Yeah, Kuno sees where this is going. Kuno's got that fast brain. You saying you pigs are after the mug fucker? Cause he's the clothes fucker?
I can't hear you, Kuno. Speak louder, Kuno.
That's what I'm saying. Someone's tampered with the crime scene. Cleaned some of it up.
Shit, that's tense. Someone's going to the beat-down basement, huh? Mug guy gonna get tied to the radiator. Kuno doesn't know who put that shit in there. And if he did, he wouldn't squeal. But if you find out, maybe you can...
Tell the Kuno who it was. He's curious. He likes putting two and two together here.
Stop turning into a pig, Kuno. They're trying to get you hooked on the snitching. Get away from my Kuno.
Yeah, get your bacon shit away. Kuno doesn't like to be seen with the popo. Get your shit done and out of Kuno's face.
Alright, that's all for now.
Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't give a shit.
Alright, I mean, no matter what, I can just take the check and it's white, we can try it again later. So let's try this 17% chance to figure out what's going on with this kid.
It's not Kuno. It's Kuno S.
No shit. Okay. How?
Kuno S is by far the worst of the two. Kuno has no problem being near you, but the other hides behind the fence, afraid for her life, like she's done something very bad. She came up with that psychopathic scheme of screaming for help before. Kuno just wanted to talk to you about his name. Kuno S was the one who wound him up and directed him. Also, Kuno hasn't stopped talking to you, even enjoys it from time to time. When you talk to the other one, it's like talking to a cornered animal. She only hisses. All in all, Kuno respects madness. You cannot hope to outdo her on that front. You must win yourself a few minutes with him alone.
Alright, so actually I'm gonna put on the white morning. Doesn't seem like authority's gonna have an issue here. Alright, let's act on this and try to separate them. Hey, Kuno.
Fuck you whispering about?
He's whispering too. He's going with it. But watch what happens.
Fuck you whispering about.
She puts extra stress onto that word, expecting it will make you uncomfortable.
If Kuno wants to whisper, he's gonna fucking whisper, okay? Let's whisper, pig.
This is it. You've got him. But be careful. You can still fuck this up. Don't make Kuno look bad in this.
Okay. What's up with her? Wait, if I say she's terrifying, it might be he's scared of her. Phew, I'm glad she's out of our hair. She's fucked up.
She's not fucked up.
Fucked.
Everyone's fucked up. Stop judging shit.
Wrong move. But he's whispering still.
Alright.
You haven't lost him.
Good.
Just don't mess up again. Or you will. There are no guarantees here.
What's up with her? She's terrifying. Crazy scary.
Crazy? You don't know the half of it. She's not crazy. She's insane. Dangerous. She's smoked a man. She's done people in. Probably even pigs.
Stop talking to him. Kuno, I'm fucking warning you. You're gonna get us into shit.
She understands what you're trying to do.
Yo, see? Did Kuno not tell you? Kuno told you. Kuno talks to whoever he wants. Talk, pig. Kuno's got it under control.
You did it. They're separated. He's even turned his back to her so she can't read his lips.
What's that language she uses?
Fuck knows. She says it's the song of her people or some shit.
What people?
Crazy people. The fucking Nakis. I don't know.
Sounds boreal, like something from the tundra and tiger-covered Cutler, Isola. Far, far away from here. As far as possible, really.
They have red people there?
You mean evil
Red-haired?
little red-haired people like her? Yes, they do. The Suruese have that ginger gene.
He's not gonna know this, but hey, could she be Cerise?
Surois? Like that man from Helmdall shit? She could be. She could be that Helmdall shit.
Revelshot does have a small Suruese community, or she climbed into a yakberry crate and was shipped over accidentally.
Your sister?
Fuck no, she's not my sister. She's just a stray who got in. Like a mad dog or some shit.
Ray.
Yeah, she was just there.
Points at the apartment building behind the fence.
What was that, Kuno?
She was in the hallway, dripping wet, by the fucking shoe rack, in the dark.
Why was she dripping wet?
Kuno's got no fucking idea. Her hair was all wet. I think she pissed on the floor too. She was there for 3 days, in the corner, every time Kuno went out.
Said she got in. How?
I don't know. Someone left the door open. Kuno comes home and she's sleeping under the desk, under a pile of clothes, like a dog.
What about your parents?
Kuno's dad doesn't give a shit. Doesn't even see her there, or thinks it's fucking Kuno. Shit's all on Kuno.
Kuno, Kuno S, two of a kind.
She called Kuno S.
Because she fucking looks like Kuno.
You don't know her name.
No one knows her name. Kuno calls her C.
Alright. I'm trying to get, like, building up my question, because if I asked outright about the murder, her killing someone might be kind of crazy. You said she's insane?
Yeah, she's psycho. None of that kiddie psycho. Cat burning shit. She does the real deal.
It's the real deal.
Snuff radio shit. Believe me, pig, you don't want to know.
And he doesn't even want to think about it. This isn't just another boast.
So what do you mean she smoked someone?
Kuno means she killed someone. That's right, C's a killer. Like, actually a killer.
He's meant everything he said before, but right now, he not only means it, he is sincere.
Really? Isn't she too small to overpower someone?
Are you getting this? You think I'm fucking telling you a joke here? How hard do you think it is to kill a fat ass? Sweet talk him, then knife him. She's probably killed a pig too. I mean, I'm pretty sure she has.
Okay, how many?
Forget Kuno said that. Kuno was just shitting. Kuno was just running his mouth. Kuno's stupid like that.
A cop would be too large for her to overpower, but a determined child of her size can still kill the vulnerable, the elderly, the homeless, or other children. The creature peers at you both from over the fence. There is something searching in her eyes.
Kuno, do you think it's possible she's killed other children?
Kuno falls silent. He does not look at you when he replies.
Kuno, that's it. That's what Kuno is starting to think, yeah.
Think she has anything to do with the dead man?
Yeah, she would have liked to fuck him up, but she didn't. Kuno wasn't around, and C was with Kuno.
Where were you?
Look, Kuno's gonna put you at ease. We didn't do it.
He speaks the truth, my liege.
Wow, so we got a lot of information from that 17% check. Holy shit. That was an awesome check. How you dealing with all this?
How's Kuno dealing? Kuno's dealing just fine. He doesn't need you fucking with any of it. C doesn't either. Kuno's got this shit under control.
If I say you need backup, that might be insulting to him. But it's better than saying you can't do this alone. And I'd rather at least offer my help, so you need backup. I'm here for you.
Listen. C is Kuno's go-to. Kuno's protecting her. You fuck with C, you fuck with Kuno. You threaten her, you threaten to take her away.
This is what it all comes down to. He needs you to take him seriously now.
I'm going to kill you. I'll run when you put the cuffs on her, sneak up on you later, and fuck you up. You understand?
Yeah, and he gave us the intel, but we still might need him, so again, we're not going to call him out, but I can respect that.
Alright, now we can do business.
Business?
Yeah, what do you want? Kuno can hook you up with...
Oh, don't hook him up with shit, Kuno.
See, relax. He respects the Kuno. Kuno made him respect the Kuno. You respect the Kuno, you get all kinds of shit. Kuno's gonna get you hooked on illegal narcotics if you run a little errand for the Kuno. Get you hooked, pig. Get his hook in you. Then Kuno gonna get you hooking for more. Cash in big style. Pig hooker. See, it's tension and release with Kuno. Now we releasing. The pan buying shit, that's on now too. 90% discount for Kuno's pig. Kuno can flex.
Alright.
And shit, you can even fuck back in Kuno's kingdom. That fucking pile of eternite. It's a secret door, okay? Just pull it up and you can fuck into Kuno's shack.
Isle of Etern. I don't know what Eternite is, but secret door. Alright, I can write down, buy pants from Kuno. Not that I will, but that there's an option there. For, 15. Okay. We already asked all these questions. I'm not gonna ask him about... I'll guess the errand. We can do that. So what was that about running an errand and illegal narcotics?
Kuno gets it from his dad. Kuno and his dad are major suppliers. That's where Kuno gets his lightning on. Problem is, Kuno and his dad had a little falling out. Now junkies clawing at Kuno's door. Streets going mad. Kuno's got to throw his dirty popo man at it.
Okay, okay.
Dirty popo man is you. In there is Kuno's violent dad on steroids. Kuno's dad does steroids and speed. If you can take him, you can have half of the speed.
Who's your dad?
Kuno's dad is a fucking monster. He's the most violent man in Revachol. He doesn't give a shit about a single thing. He drinks too.
Are you sure you can take on the most violent man
Yeah,
in
no.
Revachol?
No, I
Your
can't.
condition?
Not right now, at least. How much material are we talking about?
Like half.
Half of what?
A baggie. But like in this vial.
That's half a gram, sir.
Half a gram.
Yeah. Half a G. Want it or not?
Not very much.
Fuck you talking about half a G? This shit is giant grade A shit. So clean you can barely see it.
You can barely see it because there's barely any.
Alright, I made my mind. This is what's gonna happen.
Okay. Kuno's listening.
Well, two options say I'm a narc. One says no. So I'm going in there, but not for the speed. Going after the most violent man in Revachol.
Sure, whatever. If you survive, make sure to bring that shit back to Kuno. Kuno's almost out. You wouldn't like the Kuno when he's out. Kuno's violent dad's got Kuno's key. So you need to fuck your way in there. Go to the pier side. Bang on the door till the cleaning gimp lets you in. That's how Kuno does it. Then you go to room 12 and kick down the door. Police violence style. That's what Kuno does. And then it's action time. You're locked in the room with violent fuckhead.
I'm sure this will be in the journal, so I'll have to write this down, hopefully.
That's it. Next time Kuno sees you, you better have his shit.
What the hell are you signing us up for here?
Come on, Kim. Obviously, I'm not gonna take it. You need to get drugs away from a minor.
Okay, then.
Alright, I'm off.
Kuno doesn't fucking care.
That went unbelievably well. Save.
We should think about calling it a day, maybe. The nights are still miserably cold this time of year.
Haven't paid the cafeteria manager yet.
You should take care of that, then.
But I don't have the money.
Let's talk to him anyway. An officer of the RCM shouldn't be sleeping in the street. We'll figure something out.
Though he finds this situation frustrating, he is doing his best to not make you feel any worse than you already do.
Alright, so this went well. Again, I still have to investigate the body. But we got a lot of intel. Got lots of different tasks here. Gotta negotiate. And someone who has unauthorized access to the trash. Half the gardener who's right out front there. Oh, the pants are an actual quest thing. Alright. Okay. I could question her right now. Fuck it. Oh, we're here. Also, everyone goes to bed at 2. I mean, might as well do it now and then not waste hours in the
It's
day.
raining again.
I do have my authority on, right? Oh, the minus authority. Oh, I forgot about that, but this should be fine.
It was clear just an hour ago.
Still so late. It's so late and you're still here.
I'm a nighthawk. What can I say?
Odd. There's a little meanness in that smile.
What exactly have you been doing in the greenhouse? In March?
Well, this might be the last snow we get. At least I hope so. Snow has nutrients in it. Helps everything green up in the spring. At least that's what my grandma always told me.
Yes, think about the cute grandma, not the weird snow.
Squint your eyes and look at her intently.
Stop looking at her. Look around. What do you see?
Entrance to the yard?
That's right. And the canal, the bookstore, the harbor gates. This is a great vantage point for keeping an eye on you.
Are you by any chance keeping an eye on us?
No, of course not. I don't understand what this is about. The kid did this, right? The red-haired rat? Can't say a sentence without or kipped. He's always giving me trouble.
I was talking to him, yeah.
Maybe you shouldn't be. I mean, you do your job, but that kid is beyond help. And he certainly won't help you.
You've been resting here for quite a while, haven't you?
Yes, I'm tired.
I understand. The RCM isn't welcome here, and the locals want to keep an eye on us.
There's silence, the smallest of smiles.
That's okay, miss. Do what you have to do. I think we're done here. Let's go.
Alright, so that was questioning her about the greenhouse. Yep, okay. Alright. Very slowly getting things done here. So again, we have to buy the pants, convenience store, sell bottles, got the blue kitchen room, and then the ice cream maker. That's why I knew there was something down there. I couldn't remember what it was in the basement, but the ice cream maker is what I had to check on. So I had to write that down. The ice cream maker in the basement below the bookstore. But that was a weird check where like the crowbar was like minus 20 or something. So at some point we'll have to figure out how to do that. Again, I don't think that's a task. Good news is most of the stuff is tasks, but I still rather write it down in case it's not. So yeah, it looks like the ice cream thing isn't.
Can I help you?
About that money.
Yes. Have you got it?
I was wondering if we could come to some sort of arrangement for tonight.
Does that arrangement include you paying me what we already agreed you owe me?
Well, Kim's about to say something, so I'll let him.
I understand your predicament as the manager. However, I feel I must remind you that we are here to conduct an important investigation that also affects your business.
Forgive me for saying this, but your colleague seems more committed to drinking, and I mean no offense. It's really nothing personal. I just have to protect the interests of this establishment.
I still have my key, you know.
Good luck trying to use it.
There's a metal box installed in the back of the counter.
Draconian measures.
All the locks have an electronic component. They have to be unlocked down here with a master key before your guest key will open the lock.
This conversation isn't going anywhere, is it?
Not until you bring me the money.
Okay, I might have something in my motor carriage we can use when you're done here.
I really didn't want to resort to this. The man is thinking.
Oh, Lieutenant, we're done here.
Alright. We could sell some of these bottles. I mean, we're not going to make a lot of money. How much money do we have on us? Where's that shown at? Where it shows me my money. Yeah, I don't even know where it shows you the money. I'm sure it's somewhere, just not seeing it. Ease. Let's. Maybe in any of this stuff. Is there a wallet here, maybe? Yeah, weird. They have to show you somewhere. That'd be a weird oversight if they didn't. Alright, well, either way, I'm sure we don't have a lot, obviously. And then we have the bottles to sell, but that stuff also isn't going to be a lot. What was it that we need? Was it 90, I believe? Probably have a good, like, 10 to 15. And then with bottles, maybe like 5.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio mic.
I have something here we could sell. Look in the back, in the suspect transport enclosure.
Transport enclosure. Regular people just call it the cage. The cage at the back of the motor carriage looks rather uncomfortable. 4 shiny hubcaps are stacked against the seat. Their silver edges sparkle in the dark.
I confiscated these 4 a little while back. We can take them to the pawn shop down by the Martinez Canal.
I can decline that. Shit, man. What are those things?
There are spinner hubcaps, frivolous things you put on your wheels. When the wheels come to a stop, the caps keep on spinning. There's no real use for them, it's just for vanity.
A vanity he wouldn't mind.
What do you mean confiscated?
A couple of weeks ago, I stopped a young man for going slower than the speed of traffic. Turns out he was some coalition official's son and high.
You took the spinners.
Mm-hmm. I took them and arrested him for driving under the influence.
I get it. I'd confiscate them too. They're mesmerizing.
That they are. I was going to take them into evidence, but they weren't necessary for conviction. He never asked for them back.
Did you want to put these on your machine?
No, that would be silly. I don't know why I kept them. It doesn't matter. I couldn't put them on this MC anyway. A cup with spinners. That would be outrageous.
Outrageously cool.
He flashes a smile, barely visible in the dark.
Sorry you have to sell them because of me.
As I said, they are useless anyway. I should have remembered I have these earlier.
But thank you.
For the pawn shop?
Yes, there's one 100 meters south of here. I think it's called Roy's Nest or something. If I'm not mistaken, it should be open late.
Items that can be pawned at Bird's Nest Roy's appear in your inventory under the Items tab. You can pawn these items when talking to Roy.
So I can say no thanks, but again, like, I have no other options at this point. And he kind of, again, we've been bonding, and I did just apologize to him for having to sell them, and again, he'd like to keep them, but he seems to be okay giving them. I mean, obviously, I'd hope I can pay him back then. Just trying to think, like, if I say no. So I kind of want to say no. But where would I sleep? What would I do? Oof. I kind of have to. Thanks, I appreciate your help.
The lieutenant nods as you take the spinners. Hey, so we've been monitoring you internally, and now we know your Copo type.
What are the capo types?
Yes. Guess what's yours?
Cool cop.
No, you're the sorry cop. The cop who's sorriest. Let's make it official then, shall we?
So that's the things I've been seeing here.
Huge lack of enthusiasm going on in here.
Oh, so I can opt into it. What are the other types?
Oh, you know. Apocalypse, Superstellar, the Advanced Interesting Cop, Liquid Shadow Cop. But you're too sorry to say those things. So, here we go?
Won't the capo types be jealous?
What? Jealous of the sorry cop? I think they'll be fine. Don't worry.
You can't like get a description of them. Damn, sorry cop's at 4 as opposed to superstar cop, boring cop. Interesting. I kind of want to be superstar cop. But I am seeing where I'm apologizing a lot. I'm gonna be thoughtful. I wonder if superstar cop's like cocky. If that's the case, I kind of don't want to be super cocky. I don't want to be Apocalypse, but boring cop? Boring cop might be the one who just solves the crimes. There's no like real description of what they are, what this means.
They'll be super, super fine. It'll be totally okay. You can dual Copo type from sorry to anything.
Can you? Damn, so this is like a mechanic, but like it's not explained until you take it or whatever. First of all, can you really dual capo types? Do I want to be a sorry cop? Superstar. Boring. I wish I knew what that, like, they say Apocalypse Superstellar, the Advanced Interesting Cop, Liquid Shadow Cop. So half of those are like jokes. But like they don't actually describe what the fuck it means. What's it mean to opt in? No, I'm not the sorry cop. I changed my mind.
No, you don't. Come on. You'll be back to saying sorry in 2 minutes. Stop wasting time and begin the repentance.
I'm committing. No, I'm really not sorry. Fuck off.
Wow. Okay. Fuck off. Maybe we were wrong about you then.
Alright, I don't know what that would have done. 200 they sell for. Damn. Again, I could have sold some of these things for a decent price, but not 90. Alright, so where is this? South of the plaza. Guessing here or there? Both of these are south. Can't be here. Can I look here? Doesn't necessarily say where. Definitely can't be here. Yeah, it's not here. It's over there. I'll look at some of this really quick, but again, I want to... Ooh, oh, +1 physical instrument. Oh, hell yeah. So I took off my shirt. Oh, nice. Oh, wait, I have to choose between drama and physical instrument. I mean, obviously drama is the skill I want. The physical instrument's pretty low. So that might be nice to have. Alright, yeah, I'm not going to interact with any of this yet. We'll save this for in-game tomorrow. I mean, it could be tomorrow real life, but in-game at least tomorrow. I had to find this fucking, pawn shop. Alright. Bridge. Sewer. Nice, more money. This has to be it, right? Electrochemistry gloves, as opposed to interfacing. Ooh, I want interfacing for sure. Water lock out of order. That's really a thing. Water lock out of order until Wednesday. South of Plaza by Drawbridge. Okay. Save. So is this the pawn shop? Looks like it. Sheen. Military wear.
A typical Martinez streetlight sits among assorted floor and table lamps.
My gaze run over it.
The light pole has been carefully cut, and the wiring has been redone and attached to a standard indoor plug. The light buzzes faintly.
And not gonna lie, I thought this was one of those like fortune teller machines. I was like, where's the guy at?
This would make quite a statement in your living room.
That street light?
Yes, officer. As you see, it's in perfect working order.
Where'd you get it?
It was brought to me to be altered.
We are not here to investigate the theft of city property. You have to admit it's rather clever what he's done with it.
How much for it?
700 real. A bargain, I dare say.
That sounds about right. Magic wasn't easing sawing off the street lamp.
Hey, I don't know where it came from, but it's not every day you get to buy and sell something so extraordinary.
Yeah, totally buy that. There you go, I have 11. Oh, there's the money right there. I knew it was somewhere, so we have 11. Again, we can probably make like 10 or so from selling plastic. And then the other items might be another 10 at most, so we'd be at like 30, rounding up, maybe even 40. Still not 90, so we need his help. Alright, nothing else.
The boomboxes on the shelf look well-loved and well-traveled. Chipped, dented, they stare at you with the unblinking eyes of their tape reels.
Down to my toes.
One especially catches your eye. Deep gold and amber plastic with a big old handle on top. A classic boombox that says, Stereo 8 approved. This is you. Golden orange. A sunset suite. Just make sure it works before you buy it.
This machine here
is the Harman Welsh W2. Made in Vespa. Designed in Seoul. Plays all reel-to-reel formats. 2mm, 8mm, 12mm. It's even got a little radio in there. It'll set you back 12 real.
That might actually come in handy for playing tapes if we find any. This come in handy in my police work.
If police work means playing tapes, sure. You can use it for that. Or any other time you'd need to play a tape.
They in working order?
Absolutely. I've tested each one myself with recordings of speech. Found sounds and music from a variety of genres. Even though I don't really like music.
What a freak. Alright, last one. I'll actually buy that.
Rows of toy soldiers guarding the rest of the trinkets displayed on the table. Some on horseback, others in rags, others yet in bright blue uniforms. All are stern and unyielding in their duty.
Yeah. The fuck does Kuno care? Yeah. Definitely. I just got done actually talking to him. We just talked to him and then we're making our way here because it's nighttime to sell stuff and go to pay for our room. Yes, Kuno and Kuno S definitely very interesting. But I somehow got God RNG with the 17% check, which actually gave me the real information as well as his little side job. I did not investigate the body because when I went to it, it said I was going to throw up. And I decided I didn't want to throw up in front of the kids before I talked to them because I wasn't sure if that would be, you know, like a negative impact on them. I feel like they would not like me even more. Turns out it didn't really matter, I'm assuming, because they already hated me anyways. But I didn't check out the body yet. That's what we'll do when we wake up.
Try to find something pretty and cool here. Then use it to win her back.
Win her back?
Yes. Buy something nice. A figurine. This sounds off. You shouldn't trust this guy.
Yes, particular type, exactly. Ooh. Dig up a truly cool figurine in the box.
Why? What's this? A headless man riding a horse? A headless man wearing futuristic tracksuit trousers that say found.
What's this?
Oh, that's the Headless Phone Rider.
Who?
The Headless Phone Rider. It's an urban legend about a man who rides the streets of Revachol sporting a fawn tracksuit. As you see, he's missing his head. 50 cents. Bargain price.
I'll throw in the tiny cap too. I think he's looking for it, or something. That part of the story has many interpretations.
Alright. I'll probably buy like that's so cheap. I mean, again, we're about to get a bunch of money. I don't want to spend it all. I think we'll buy this because it has its uses. We have to buy the pants because it's a quest. But I don't want to spend too much. Inspect the knights on horseback.
Big men on big horses, clad in lamella armor and carrying flintlocks. The kind that would mow down a line of enemy soldiers in the blink of an eye.
Although, if I think about it now, I wonder if buying that thing, I could then have given the Kuno to then help with the check that I already got. But it's 50 cents, so even if that's the case, oh well. So who are they?
Franco-Nigerian knights. I used to be very serious about these guys.
A long, long time ago.
Blue uniforms?
They're not all blue. These figurines also wear gold coats and caps, complemented by orange trousers. They are variously posed, wielding swords and rifles with bayonets.
Looks like Renee, the old guy who was playing Patton K.
This is what the loyalists looked like, yes, at first. Then they wised up and got camouflage.
For the royalists?
Which ones? Ah, those. Yes, they are. I find the paint job a bit gaudy, but children like the bright colours indiscriminately.
Figurines and rags?
This set of soldiers isn't meant to look impressive. A few have rifles, but most of them carry pistols. Some even shovels and tall sticks.
They even soldiers?
You're probably talking about the revolutionaries,
I
yeah?
figure, yeah.
Yes, they are soldiers, revolutionary soldiers. I think their poverty has been exaggerated for effect. When you place them next to the royalists, it doesn't seem like they could possibly win.
Meant to give people hope. Even we can do it.
Maybe.
Alright, yes, we'll pay for this. Maybe I can even trade this for the pants. Who knows? But, you know, it's not that expensive. We'll take it.
Did I mention that this figurine is supposed to be lucky? Always carry it with you.
That was a very smooth salesman's grin that almost comes off as earnest.
Yeah.
You should learn from him.
I wonder if it actually has like a stat boost to it. I'm gonna close. Mark that as being seen there. Alright. No. Oh, well you can sell it and only lose 8 cents, so it's not that bad. Again, I feel like this is probably for Kuno, and I may have already gotten the check, but maybe not. Maybe we can use that for something. Or someone else.
It's not often that I see officers from the RCM in my pawn shop. What can I do for you?
His courtesy is not insincere, but he prefers being alone with his projector, just watching the movement of light across the walls of the shop.
Exactly. Let's see. So, I don't want to say sorry anymore. Ooh, damn. I don't want to be a sorry cop. No, the RCM's here. Tell me, have any trouble lately?
I haven't had any problems myself, though some of my customers have complained about inconsistent law enforcement.
I think I'm gonna use that sorry cop. Yeah, super cops don't say sorry. I'm gonna, since that's like an actual internal like dialogue he had, I'm gonna use that as the character. Like the character is choosing because he noticed he's saying sorry a lot. He's going to try not to say sorry as much. Now again, in situations I still will. And this one, I actually don't need to say sorry. I didn't seem like I inconvenienced him. There's really no need to say sorry. So just like I caught myself doing it, my character will catch himself at times not saying sorry as much. Now, does that mean we're not going to be a sorry cop? No, we still might be. I don't know. But, like, it's actually a nice, like, thing that I and my character are going to recognize that, you know, try to step it up a bit. Again, we still don't know what these traits are. Superstar, Apocalypse, sorry, boring. I guess Apocalypse would be aggressive. But I don't know what Superstar versus boring would be. We'll find out. But I would like to be a Superstar cop. Unless it's something, again... If it's being cocky or something, maybe not. We'll see. But it's nice. We had that internal dialogue, and to notice thing that we made here.
Who are your customers usually?
Oh, we zoomed out really far.
All kinds of people come through here. Locals, travelers, people looking for a deal, people looking for a keepsake. People who are terminally bored. As you can see, I have a wide selection of goods for everyone to choose from.
Pretty collection. I may have something to add to it.
It keeps me entertained.
Interesting. A chemistry check saying, is he high? He might be able to aid our investigation.
I doubt it, but I can try and answer any
I doubt it
questions
too.
you may have.
Know anything about the recent hanging?
I do my best to keep my distance from all manner of butchery. Bad for business, bad for everyone.
He doesn't know anything.
That's all I got.
The pawnbroker's gaze is already fixed on the dancing colors.
This is interesting about my missing gun. Do you happen to have any guns? Like, say, ones carried by cops?
Someone else came here earlier today asking the same question. I promptly sold her the gun you pawned a couple days back.
I pawned the gun to him. Of course I did.
This is a pawn shop, and it did feel as if you've met before. Oh god.
Alright, at least I have 4 morale, so we only lost 1.
The lieutenant shifts from one foot to another, alert.
Was the buyer a policeman too?
She didn't seem like a policeman, although she kept referring to herself as a pig, which was odd. I found her interest in the gun a bit obsessive.
Oh god.
But I was just happy to get rid of it. And of her.
Was it Kuno S? You would mention if it was a little kid, right?
Truth be told, she was terrifying.
It was.
Right, so let me get this right.
Oh
You
god.
sold your sidearm, issued by the citizens'
Did she
militia,
kill someone with my
and
gun?
now a civilian is running around the streets of Martinez with it?
Miraculously, his face does not reveal what's happening inside.
Damn it. I don't like it either. What if she intends to commit a crime and blame it on the citizens' militia?
You're right that she could cast aspersions on the force. We have to.
No one would. I know, that's what I'm thinking. Like, this is what's so interesting, because, like, if it was, like, a 12-year-old kid, I think he would have at least mentioned that, even though, like, yeah, it would incriminate him, but he's already admitting he sold it, so, like, I think that's just too big of an information thing to leave out. And obviously, just because they called me a pig and she's terrifying, it's not like it's only Kuno S who would do that, but still, we just talked to her, and that's the first thing I think of. So, any idea where I can find the buyer?
My apologies, officer, but I have no idea where she was coming from or where she went.
A needle in a haystack.
No description?
There's nothing you can do about it now. You'll just have to hope you luck upon her somehow.
So I sold you my gun.
You were adamant about getting rid of it, officer. Said you were undeserving of a service weapon of the Revachol Citizens Militia. And I don't like keeping guns around the shop for long. Off the charts photon emissions. The unhealthy kind.
Okay.
He's not telling you the whole story. It seems he's trying to spare you.
Oh god. Do we want to know the truth? I think I do. I feel like there's more you're not telling me.
You weren't quite yourself, officer.
What was I like?
You were very distraught. You said the gun was a threat to your life and that you can't trust yourself with it tonight. And that you need the money. When I said that I don't normally buy firearms, you put the gun barrel in your mouth and sort of sucked on it. Then I agreed to take it.
What should I sell it for?
15 real.
The lieutenant looks from you to Roy, and then back to you. It's clear that he hopes this tableau might still turn out to be a bad dream. It's not, though. This has got to be the most. Wow. There's pity there, too. In case you didn't notice.
I didn't say nothing.
The light swirls in his face and glasses. He doesn't know what to say either.
Alright, at least I know how I lost it.
Of course.
So something like to sell.
Yes, we'd like to sell these hubcaps.
Roy takes the hubcaps from the lieutenant and inspects them. The spinners appear iridescent in the dancing light of his pawn shop.
Yes, these are very, very good. Did you defraud some foreign prince for them? Jump a mesk banger? No matter. I'll give you 200 real.
No one was defrauded or jumped, I assure you.
Of course. I meant no offense. 200 real for you, officer. Delightful doing business with you. Do come again.
Thank you. Here's the 130 real you need for your bill. Do not waste it.
Oh, it was 130, not 90. And he did only give me what I needed.
The rest is for him.
Okay.
To compensate for the pain of being separated from his radiant spinners. The windfall is a small consolation.
Anything else you're thinking of selling?
Yeah.
Anything else you're thinking of selling?
There's no reason to keep this stuff, I would assume. Well, this says you feel like you should hold on to it. Damn. Where do I sell the bottles, though, I wonder? I have to find out where to sell the bottles. You know what? For now, I'm just gonna hold on to this stuff. I could sell the clothes.
I'm not purchasing any more clothing at the moment. And especially that tie. It swallows photons around it. I have no need for necrotic objects.
Your mother is a necrotic object! I'm fun! Look at me sparkle in the light of the projector!
Another time, perhaps.
How much was this so I can write this
boomboxes
down? This
wait
was
on the
12.
shelves,
Oh, dude, I only
and
need
your
2 more
boombox,
as well.
that gold
I
and
could
amber,
sell
Harmon
something.
Waushi
That's alright, we can get this
stares at
pretty
you
quickly.
longingly
I'd
with
rather
its
just hold on to that
real
stuff for now.
eyes.
We can get that from selling bottles. Let me just write this down. So, pawn shop. I want to get the boom box. It actually seems like it might be useful. For 12. Alright. Now I gotta track down a gun. Alright, we go to sleep. And if I want to do something behind his back, we can do that when he's sleeping. But right now, there's not anything I need to do. Alright, how big is this zone down here? Because I can just finish this up unless it like actually continues. But it just ends here.
A couple of indicator lights are missing from this
Okay, so this is
control
close to
panel.
Wednesday.
Loose wires dangle from the now vacant holes. In the middle is a lever. Beneath it, a small metal plaque. This panel usually closes the waterlock, turning it into a bridge that lets you cross the canal. But there's a crashed salmon and butter sign in the way. Pulling the lever probably won't do anything.
Bye.
You pull the lever all the way up until the metal clicks against the contact pins. You hear a soft clunk. Then, nothing happens.
Please.
A spring brings the lever back to its original position. You still need to close the waterlock to get across the canal. Some other way. Wasn't there a sign over there saying functionality will be restored on Wednesday morning?
Well, hey, that's a task now. Timed. And it's gonna open up a new area, okay. Interesting. Okay, it got really dark. What's this? They were great. Oh, we got this section done. Looks like this section. Talking to the right person can reopen a closed white check. Interesting. Not just spending the skill point.
Can I help you? Yes. Have you got it?
I have your money.
Well?
Give it to him, slam it down, or apologize. This would be a case where I'd apologize. But again, having just had that internal dialogue, I'm just gonna give it to him. Here you go.
Great. Thank you, officer. That's all I wanted. Payment for services rendered. If you continue to stay here, I just ask that you please pay your nightly bill in advance starting tomorrow.
He's not sorry about his behavior for your sake. Now that you have money, he really wants to make sure you're not angry with him.
The electronic lock to your room has been disabled till 9 p.m. tomorrow. Please pay for each night in advance starting tomorrow. 20 real per night.
20, okay. And I like to keep 12 for that boombox, at least.
I'll take a room here too.
Of course. Always happy to have officers from the RCM as guests. Anything else I can do for you?
Alright, so we'll save the skill point. We have 2 of them. We'll pay that tomorrow. As long as you don't have a free place to stay. Oh, really? So again, I mean, I guess we could make the most of our time looking at the body. I can also talk to Kuno again really quick just to see if, again, I can give him this figure for something. Ideally for those pants, because I'm sure those pants... I can't remember what price... Was it 500 and then we got 90% off or something? Exactly, yeah, it might be a good idea, yeah. Save.
Fuck does Kuno care?
15 now. Oh! That's actually pretty good, too. Physical instrument. And even suaver? I don't even know how it's French, but, savoir-faire, maybe? Savoir-faire? I talked to the gardener. She said not to listen to you.
Pig, do you have any idea how fucking stupid that sounds? Kuno's cruising his bitch on the town, and the bitch comes back griefing to the Kuno. What is up with that?
Get the fuck out of here, fat ass. Those pants are too small for you.
Wow, she hurt our morale. Alright. Keep it at that, just in case we, like, get more level in dialogue. I don't know if we're ever going to lose more than 1 at a time, so I want to at least keep it at 3. Alright, well that's it for now.
Kuno doesn't fucking care.
Alright, so we'll check out the body. We already did the footprints. Alright.
There he still is, looking right through.
Alright, so here we go.
With his white eyes.
It's our only option
The
here,
body
so
below
I'm guessing
is
since we're going to
entirely
fail, it's going to make us throw up.
to that
Although it says you can
cold
redo
smell.
it.
Emitting it is all it does now. The smell is repulsive. It pushes in from your mouth, more instant and more familiar than anything you'd expected. More fever than odor. It fills your mind, flushing you from within.
Let it out. I just didn't want to throw up in front of the kids. I can already tell that they're going to be assholes to me. Is that him laughing at me? Although I'm blocking it with me.
You feel a great force ringing from your stomach. Your body curls and pushes it out, burst by burst, until a pool of vomit lies under your feet, and your throat stings from the stomach acid.
Fucking corpse.
Keep it.
He gives me a handkerchief. Thanks.
The hangover is clearly making this worse for you. You could use some ammonia to clear your head.
It could help?
If you can handle the headache. Some officers use it to deal with cadaverine odor.
Not you.
I can't handle the headache.
It's more likely he can handle the smell, unlike you.
Alright, where do we get it from?
There is Frit nearby, east of the hostel.
I don't know if
They
this is
usually
gonna be
have a
open.
small apothecary. If they don't, There's a greenhouse here, and a gardener with a wheelbarrow on the corner of the whirling in rags. If she works here, she might have something for the smell.
Pretty clever.
Acquiring ammonia will provide a modifier to the white check. Modifiers make checks easier and allow you to retry them.
Alright. Let's talk to her. Nice. I don't even know if the store's open. It's so late at night now.
Hello again, officer. How are things?
So you have any ammonia?
Sure. I'm done with it.
Oh. That was easy. And free?
Go easy on that stuff. It gave me a terrible headache.
Okay. Well, that works. Enough.
There he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes.
God. It's still such a low check percent. Oh, God.
There he still
Whenever
is.
we get like a second dialogue
looking
option
right
then.
through you. With it, the ammonia only makes it worse.
Okay.
The combination forces tears out of your ducts. You manage to keep it in once. The second time, not so much. When the vomiting is done, your cheeks are wet with tears.
Didn't say nothing.
Are you okay, officer?
The weight is reassuring, like a krenel on solid fortification. Pat,
That's my back.
pat.
You're facing tough odds here. It's aggravated further by alcohol withdrawal.
I can't keep it in if I've been a cop my whole life.
I've seen captains puke their guts out. It never gets easier. You never get used to the smell. Every Monday is cadaver day. Throw up, investigate. Throw up, initial autopsy. Throw up, bag it. Then drive to the station. Maybe throw up on the way there if you didn't bag the thing tight enough.
You seem fine.
I think I've lost my sense of smell.
A white lie.
Not being hungover helps too.
Can we do something else? I think I want to solve something else now.
That's probably a good idea. Clear our head. But before we can do that,
Yeah, I actually don't want to back away. I'm just trying to see what we can do here.
you need to get your shit together.
Okay.
We should go talk to the locals. Find something else to do while the wind changes. It's
Oh.
pretty bad right now.
Your shit is a part. On becoming a cop. To achieve a solid level of shit comprehension, squeeze your butt cheeks together for 30 minutes. Alright. Oh, we can internalize multiple things. Alright.
You've gained a thought. When this dialogue is over, go to your thought cabinet and
Yeah.
internalize it for special bonuses and effects.
At least it's only a half hour. Okay. Oh, you know what we can do for a half hour? Where is my,
It's the ledger you found
Just read
in
a
the
case here.
trash. It takes about half an hour to piece one together, using the system you've devised. Which one?
What was the
do you
quick
want?
one? It was this
It would
one.
be that's all. Who knows? Don't worry. One day, you may still catch the man with the
Is that
squirt
a half
gun.
hour? No. Close. Do it again.
It would be. That's all. Who knows?
Bam.
Don't-
Okay.
One day, you may still. Not much is.
Alright, so what do we get from this? I can't click on it.
Volumetric shift compressor. Bizarre scientific news from Revachol West today, where a police officer's shit has been observed at a pressure of around 495 gigadecimals. These metallic hydrogen levels of shit togetherness were thought to exist only at the center of collapsing stars, not law officials. It remains to be seen how long the shit singularity lasts.
All endurance white checks unlocked. Nice, and learning cap increased. Alright. Again, my endurance is low, and I would level it up. Not just for checks, but for actual, health, not dying. Alright, save again.
There he still is, looking right
Hey, there
through
we go. Look at that,
with
plus
his white
6.
eyes. The body below is entirely dead. As you breathe in, the odor comes over you. It's a smell of the mind telling you to run, and your stomach to wring itself empty. With your hands at your sides and your eyes squinting, you stand in it.
They always do that?
They do after 7 days, yes. We are deep in decomposition here.
Step closer.
The man before you is naked, but for a pair of underpants and enameled boots. His skin is greenish, marbled with decaying veins, and blotched by lividity. A fading web of tattoos covers his chest and shoulders. The cargo belt used to fasten him to the branch above appears industrial in strength.
Inspect the boots.
The material appears to be ceramic. Its clean white stands in stark contrast to the decaying flesh above the knee. The man wore thick polymer socks, probably for padding. A fine array of interlocking plates covers them. Delicate and fragile, they feel alien to the world around you, out of place somehow. These are clearly not boots. They're armor, possibly part of a larger set.
Yeah, and it makes sense because again, he had that like army thing on, which you're supposed to wear over like armor or something. So these aren't just boots; they're armor.
Indeed. Technically speaking, these are sabatons, not boots.
What kind of armor is this exactly?
Ceramic plate, zirconium dioxide, most likely. This is where the make would be.
Where?
Under the hill. Fairweather. Fairweather model T500 VE. I'm guessing that's vitreous enamel. This is advanced stuff.
Material looks out of place.
It is. It's expensive. We've requested similar material for our tactical units for years now. The constabularies deemed it too costly. In that time, we've lost 6 men to semi-automatics.
How much we talking?
For a full set, about 4 years of wages.
For the northwest region of Revachol, an officer's average yearly income is 5,500 rial, unadjusted for rank.
It's a lot, I take it?
As a wage, it's regrettably small. But for a piece of hardware, yes, that's a lot.
How could this man afford that?
That's for us to find out. My initial report on the area suggests he was a security guard for the harbor company. But that's just hearsay.
Pretty advanced for a security guard.
I agree. This equipment is way beyond what a guard can afford.
There's more
That's for
dialogue
us to
here.
find
The
out.
initial part.
Just something I scraped together from my station. An area report on Martinez. I'm sure you did the same.
He's not actually sure of that. He's just being tactful.
I agree.
Alright, what happened to the rest of it?
The locals probably scavenged it. It would be odd if he had more on after 7 days. We should keep a lookout for this species. The armor could yield information. This is one thing he might actually know.
Understood.
The sabatons dangle off the man's decaying form, ageless and synthetic.
Knock on one boot.
A small bell-like sound fills the air, like tapping on the side of a porcelain cup. Suddenly, your biceps coil up. Your elbow is sharp and cocked for a punch.
Sounds fragile.
It's anything but. This material is a kinetic redistributor. It spreads kinetic energy horizontally, from plate to plate, dissipating it entirely. See?
Faint Organic lines cover the plates where they separate into smaller ones. These plates then divide into smaller plates until there are hundreds of them altogether.
So if I punch it, I would have hurt myself again.
Like whirls of floorboards, the design looks organic, influenced by highly resistant wood materials, like lignum vitae and ebony perhaps.
What's it remind me of?
If trees were made of porcelain, this is what their cross-sections would look like.
Run my finger over the lines.
The smooth, glossy surface fractures into ever more intricate interconnections, peaking on the right sabaton, where you notice. The whorls are in the shape of a letter and number combination, E50, 100, 1000.
Looks like we got a serial number.
Good. Can you read it to me?
E50, 100, 1000.
We have a make and a number. That's something. We can use the radio in my kinema when we're done. Either station can chase it for us.
Pull the boot off.
This feels dangerous. Are you sure?
I mean, if I'm just... You know what? Yeah, if we're pulling it, it's pulling on his neck, too. That'd be like pulling... I'm guessing we're pulling the whole body, which is something I don't want to do. No.
The sabatons dangle off the man's decaying form, ageless and synthetic.
Because, I mean, I'm thinking, like... First of all, that's my reason right there. So I wouldn't do that anyways. We're not going to pull on the body unless we have some other way, like a ladder of holding and we'll take him down and all that. So once we take him down, we can do that. But the other thing is, you know, what's going to be there? Probably nothing. But if we take him down, we'll definitely take the boot off.
The cadaver slowly twists on the cargo belt, his torso covered in tattoos, and extremities blotched pink and blue.
Check the belt.
The hangman's knot is pulled tight by the weight of the corpse below. Yellow, hard-edged polyester cuts into his neck. Above, a sliding buckle ties the belt to the branch. This is a steel-reinforced cargo lashing belt.
That's what it looked like, yeah,
Of the
for
regular
cargo.
cargo belt. It's used for tying cargo under 6-rotor airships.
Don't ask me how I know this, but this is a lashing belt for airlifting cargo.
Airlifting? I thought it was used on lorries for strapping cargo to them.
Apparently this is reinforced kind for air transport. My brain tells me so.
The local harbor uses 6 rotors to shuffle containers around. I get the sense they use whatever was on hand without paying much attention to not incriminating themselves.
Assuming dock workers did this?
The brief suggested as much, politically motivated by the ongoing strike. Did you not get a briefing?
I mean, I like the idea of this, reminding him I have no memory, but this is going a little too far. No. I guess I have to do this. My past has undergone total annihilation. Nothing remains. My mother, love of my life. Certainly not a briefing.
Okay. You should ask me for one the first moment we get.
Okay. That's a task, right? Good. Just so I don't have to write that down. So they sure wanted him to stay up here for a while.
I was afraid it would be. Thin steel wiring, parallel strands. This makes getting him down more problematic than I had assumed.
But how'd they even get him up here?
A noose is one of those things that's easier to use one way around.
Yeah, because you could throw it up. Did they climb up the ladder?
That ladder can't carry a grown man. I didn't see any splintering either, did you? I think they lassoed the branch, then pulled on the belt to close the buckle.
Yeah.
Could be. The shape of the branch supports the theory. The cadaver hangs from the cargo belt.
Alright, inspect the tattoos.
An intricate web of blue lines stretches across the torso, from the right shoulder to the solar plexus. Each time they intersect, a small white star is formed in their crossing. Hundreds of fading asterisks riddle his skin. Their concentration is highest around his heart. His corpse is marked by stars.
I'd be marked by
Alcohol and heartbreak. Your fist clenches suddenly.
It will be riddled with disco.
Decay is creeping on the tattoo. Already, most of the canvas that's holding it has darkened. Now, it disintegrates slowly, letting out a stink.
Is this a microelectronic system?
I have only a cursive knowledge of the science of cybernetics. I would not know if it were. But it's not quite complex enough, is it?
It doesn't seem familiar from the insides of any radio computer your mind can imagine. The somewhat organic lines remind you of old filament memory units, but not quite. No, you're nowhere near right.
I'm missing something.
So am I.
He unzips his orange jacket.
He takes a thin piece of milled aluminium from his coat pocket and pulls it open. Sounds like a sword being unsheathed. A small lens appears. Some sort of camera.
What's that?
A Trigger Sunshine. Mini.
Triggered is the world's leading manufacturer of intercommunication devices, primarily projectors. The camera before you looks familiar somehow.
Shit, Kuno! What the fuck is that?
An instant color camera.
This is the first time he openly acknowledges the kid's existence.
Yeah.
I have only 2 ampoules, so nobody move. I don't want to waste one.
Lens need adjusting, then.
A sound, a shrill flash, followed by the
I
breaking
thought the
of a
kids would
small
fuck it up.
ampoule of glass. You see streams of color pour onto the thick, glossy piece of paper, rolling out.
In case we need it.
Cool machine.
Yes. It is pretty cool, isn't it?
There is only one ampoule left. Use it wisely.
What do we need this photo for?
It contains insight to the victim's person. By his build, I'd say this was a man of physical violence. The story he wanted his body to tell was important to him. It is his letter. To us. Someone should decipher it. We'll need to show it around.
Can I have it? I should look at it later without the corpse smell.
Sure. Just don't lose it.
The glossy-eyed corpse looks by, his mouth mute and his skin as colorful as the chemical rainbow on the photo paper, teeming with opportunistic organisms.
Look him in the eye.
His eyes are milky white and blind to the world, protruding comically from their sockets. There is no one home, just subaquatic terrors. The dark brown hair grows on his head. His face is ready to explode from the organic processes inside. The death's head grin has passed. What remains is an unrecognizable mess.
Tell me, who are you, dead man?
I'm gone.
I can see you're gone, but who are you?
I'm a joke. Look at me.
Nothing funny about you.
There is nothing funny about jokes either.
Who were you when you were alive?
A killer. A motherfucker. And a killer.
I have some questions.
Go ahead, Cobbo.
Where have you gone?
Into the wild pale yonder.
That?
In the past. Way out in the west.
What's happening right now?
What do you mean?
I'm talking to you.
It's the power of your imagination.
Figure.
Yeah, man! Don't be crazy! Inanimate objects and dead people can't really talk to you. Your wild imagination is doing this. Ask some more of those questions you love so much.
He loves those.
Why do I love questions so much?
Because you're a copperoony. Look at all of them go. Do you want more questions?
Yeah, give me questions.
Here you go, you loony.
I already know my name. Why do I feel like I've forgotten something terrible?
Because you have.
Alright, enough of this.
Come back later, Corpo. Amuse yourself with my frank manners and my memento mori features. If possible, also, see me in your dreams.
Okay, squint and take a step back.
As you narrow your eyes, the monster before you blurs into a violent mess of green and pink. This is a trick. You've done it before. Pink is where the blood settled in the first hours post-mortem. You can use it to see if the corpse has been tampered with. Does his position at the time of death match the discoloration?
Interesting. Didn't know that.
Only the lower extremities are pink with a dash of blue. His fatted hands, thighs, and his neck, just above the noose. The rest of the corpse appears dark green in the cold spring air.
Face, hands are pink, thighs too.
I see it. His neck too. The lividity goes right up his chin. We have good, well-pronounced discoloration here.
The monster comes back into focus, an explosion of color, coursing with dark marbled veins. His stomach appears pregnant with something. Black liquid streams down his thigh and onto his boot.
So, what do you think?
Yeah, I think he was up right after death. His feet, neck, and hands are all discolored.
Agreed, especially on the neck. The belt acted like a tourniquet, keeping the blood in his head. The hypostasis supports a hanging.
Now, could it still be he was moved after death, though?
There's always a chance. We should check for ligament marks on his neck to see if they're in tune with the belt. We'll have to get him down first.
Alright, something's coming up out of him.
A pool of blood and feces has eaten into the frozen mud below the man's feet. Purge liquid is dripping into it, drop by drop.
The victim appears to have contained no more than half a kilogram of digestion at the time of death.
The fuck he's saying?
Talking about shit.
Got lucky.
Did we? I don't feel lucky.
He's beaten up. You see the bruises?
I do. Most of them are post-mortem. Maybe even all of them. The delinquents have made our jobs harder with their little sport.
Yeah, by throwing the rocks at him. We don't know if he was still beaten by anyone else.
Stop talking in riddles, coin slot.
It means you fucked him up good, Kuno. Fucked him up brutal like.
Back off.
But there is no breath to catch. Only the cadaver filling the air and your nostrils. He slowly rotates before you, decomposing.
So how do we get him down?
Are you sure we finished the preliminary examination of the cadaver? We might miss some of these things once he's down.
The cadaver slowly twists on the cargo belt.
Let's save the game. We'll talk to him about the report and all that. We'll do a manual save too, because why not? We'll make a new one. Alright, I'm gonna go to the bathroom and then we'll continue here. But yes, we are finally investigating this body. I'm pretty confident that we did everything with that body that we can, but we can at least question Kim on the like whatever preliminary report, whatever it is, just to see if that unlocks new stuff before we take the body down. So let's see here. First of all, from here we have photo.
An intricate web of blue lines stretches across the torso of the hanged man, from the right shoulder to the solar plexus. Each time the lines intersect, a small white star is formed.
It's the same dialogue.
It almost looks like the electronic patterns inside a radio computer or
Who are
an
you?
old gun.
What's the meaning of this tattoo?
For you to discover. You've gotten as far as you will without assistance. Someone close to the victim might know. Someone who knows about history could tell you.
Alright, so this isn't something that we need to do while the body's hanging. Obviously, ask him about the case.
Yes?
Alright, tell me about the case.
What do you want to know?
Would you say this is a mysterious case?
No, it's not a particularly mysterious case.
Why not?
The deceased is a security guard for a corporation involved in a labor dispute. It doesn't take a DeLorean polymath to put the pieces together. I just don't see the case getting more mysterious than that.
Okay, probably isn't mysterious, but could be sexy.
There was some interest in this case at my station, but not for the reasons you have in mind. You seem to wish there was
Okay, I guess that settles it.
Excellent. Was there anything else?
Yeah, just tell me literally anything about it.
Ah, yes. The case brief you missed. Now I remember.
Brief, yes.
3 days ago, the RCM emergencies desk received a report about a security guard who was found hanged in Martinez. An anonymous caller said there was a dead body behind the Whirling in Rags hostel cafeteria. The cadaver had been there for 4 days. No one had come to investigate.
No king shaman. So wait, is there 2 reports here? Let's see. Received a report about a guard who was found hanged. So it sounds like there were 2 people that reported this, because there was the report about the guard, and then the caller who said it was here. Now, it could be the same person, but the way he's phrasing this sounds like there were 2 different people reporting it. One who knew he was the guard, and then whoever called in from here saying it was there.
During that time, the victim had been stripped of his belongings. The caller did not identify him, but used the word lynching. There is an ongoing labor dispute between the local dock workers and the logistics company Wild Pines. I was told we should approach the death as part of this dispute.
Why didn't we know anything about the caller?
They didn't identify themselves in any way. The tone was muffled using a device of some sort. The desk could identify neither the caller's age nor sex.
Why'd they hide themselves?
There's a strong prejudice against involving the RCM in what's seen as union matters. The dock workers' union is the de facto police in Martinez. Now it appears they've started executing too. We cannot allow that.
So this RCM?
That's us, the Revachol Citizens Militia. We're the police in this city.
The RCM, or the Revachol Citizens Militia, is the police force you and him are part of. A self-organized peace corps of the occupied city of Revachol. The RCM operates within a legal twilight, yet its authority is rarely questioned. It's super useful to know this.
Okay. I still don't understand anything? I mean, that means... I think in terms of just the RCM stuff, I understand everything, yes.
Just to be clear, we are police officers. It's our job to find the killer. That's the case. Uncover and arrest the killer.
Alright, so why are different precincts working on the same case?
I'm afraid you and I are pawns in a pissing competition.
His disdain is clear. This man would not use such an expression otherwise.
What do you mean?
You don't know? I assumed you were in on it.
You know what I'm in on. Retrograde amnesia.
Better still than an imbecilic cop-off.
Cop-off?
It's just stupidity. We shouldn't waste any more time on it. If you want my take, ask me after we've inspected the victim.
Well, we can already guess what it is anyway, so I'll let it go.
Was there anything else you wanted to know about the case?
That's it.
Good.
I guess you know I can't remember anything.
No response. He just arches his brow. He's having trouble processing it, believing it even.
Yeah, I can't remember anything. There was heavy drinking involved.
Have you tried concentrating on something other than your personal affairs?
There is a sudden, harsh edge to his voice, like he's tired of hearing about your personal affairs.
I'm completely lacking on basic information even on this organization we're in. Can you help me?
Fine. We should get through this day first. Off hours begin at 9 p.m. If you're still having trouble then, I can give you an orientation.
Alright.
Focus on other people's troubles, not your own. That is a relief.
Okay.
A moment passes. The lieutenant glances at the sports watch on his wrist.
Alright, so that shouldn't have unlocked anything new, but you know, whatever. End of day brief with Kim. Join him on the balcony after 22. Well, obviously it's way too late now. We'll see when we call it a day if he's up there. I don't even know how to get to the balcony. Otherwise, you know, pissing competition, ask him about that. After the initial inspections, we'll do that tomorrow. Tattoos, armor. And then running the number. Alright, let me just verify. God, it's so late. I guess we'll take the body down still tonight. We can do the rest of this tomorrow.
The man before you is naked, but for a pair of underpants.
I mean, this is just talking to the corpse with this, right?
You have questions. Come back later, Corporal.
Alright, so preliminary examination's done. Let's go down.
The steel reinforced belt presents a unique challenge. I brought chain cutters, but I don't see a good angle of approach to the belt.
He doesn't actually think the challenge is unique. He thinks it's frustrating, annoying, and harder than he thought.
The cadaver is a good 1.2 meters up. Neither one of us can reach the belt without assistance. And even if we do, there's the question of cutting the airship strength material.
Could saw the branch, but I mean, how easy would that be? How we still have to get up there?
Climb up there and saw the branch?
Yeah, pretty dangerous.
There has to be a less risky way, with less falling down of trees.
We could shoot him down?
Yeah! Bang bang time, pig! Shoot his head off!
I don't think so.
How?
Where the buckle ties the rope to the branch. That's a good spot to aim.
I guess, yeah, the buckle that holds the belt together.
Where? Ah, yes, I see. If the shot hits that, there might be a chance to release the belt.
Yeah, now we're talking. Entertain a Kuno with some shit.
They'll miss! The pigs will miss Kuno!
The lieutenant is undecided. On one hand, he wants to shoot some gun. On the other, it's an awfully stupid idea.
Is, but I'll let him choose.
Silence. With his elbow sharp, the lieutenant unzips his jacket and produces a lightweight firearm. He drops a paper cartridge in the barrel, separates the scouring stick, and gives the cartridge 5 tucks, securing it in place. That's a Kiel A9090 Armistice, mass-produced muzzleloader, ascetic, frugal, one of the most common firearms in the world. He then steps back and assumes the fellow's desk position, taking aim. The corner of his eye twitches. His finger is on the trigger.
Nothing.
He's gonna fucking miss!
The kid's voice is drowned in a shrill blast that echoes off the walls of the surrounding tenements.
Damn
A
it.
cloud of smoke slowly parts in the air as the lieutenant steps back and says to himself,
God damn it.
he feels bad about it. About his eyes mostly. Just having bad eyesight. Probably from a young age. Whatever you do, do not console him.
Fucking idiot! Mukabat asshole!
Kuno could have hit it easy, but then Kuno's not fucking handicapped, is he?
Try again, maybe?
No, we are lucky as it is. We didn't break anything, and the victim remains uncompromised. Any more mistakes could put us in an unfortunate position with the locals. We have eyes on us. I didn't do us any favors with that.
It's okay, man. Said not to console him, but still.
Kuno's sorry too. Kuno feels sorry for the Beano Cloud.
The lieutenant doesn't say a word. Just looks at the gun in his
What
hand.
now?
I have to say, it's beginning to look unlikely we can get him down without assistance.
Yeah. Get help from the harbor? Doubt
I
it.
was really hoping we wouldn't. The Union appear to be suspect in this case. It seems like a dangerous route to go down.
Yeah, I mean, we can reconsider, but what
other
else?
Options? The corpse twists on the belt, like chicken on a skewer.
Someone else do it?
Someone else? You mean like the police?
You have a point.
Sadly, yes. The whole RCM is out there right
tip?
now, doing the exact
Nah.
same thing we are.
I think we're fine.
Are we in a rush to help them? Not with this on our hands.
In the game where, like, you can fail
I
everything
know
and
it's
still
hard, but I assure
progress.
you, the others won't come to help us. And we have a growing sanitary concern here. We need to get him down, fast.
I could try. He's not gonna let me shoot his gun. Let's have another look at him for now. That is it. Yeah. Again, we could shoot it down. We do have a gun. No, we don't. Do we? I mean, I know I got... The gun doesn't work. I didn't buy my gun because we don't know where it's at.
The man
I'll
before
ask him.
you
He's not
is
gonna let me
naked,
use his gun
but
right
for
now.
a pair of underpants and white boot.
Yes, we do.
I'm just going through the options right now. Can I have the gun? I should try.
It's bad as it is. Us shooting firearms like punks. Go ahead. I'm not stopping you.
Oh.
Just don't lose it.
They only have one gun.
This is the sorriest pair of pigs Kuno's ever seen.
Yeah, take it, you fucking banana poika. Take it and shoot yourself in the mouth.
Oh. I'm actually able to do this right now. Alright, feel the weight for... there's no way I'm going to make this. Especially because I know my, What's the hand-eye coordination thingy? Oh, it's right there. Hand-eye coordination is 2. Not going to happen. Feel the weight first.
The cold piece of bakelite and gunmetal is surprisingly light. Your fingers fit right through the guard, instinctively resting on the trigger.
The fuck are you waiting for, Kuno? Tell him to shoot himself in the mouth.
Alright. Point the gun on the belt.
The buckle comes into focus in your
It's not
sights.
going to work.
You stand with your feet planted firmly in the ground and your left hand supporting your gun arm.
Why don't you just shoot yourself in your mouth?
17%, yeah.
Miss.
With the gun at Kuno S? Ah, fuck. Alright. Close my left eye.
Your field of view narrows. The branch slowly moves, becoming entirely two-dimensional. The metal buckle glimmers as the corpse slowly rotates. The slow movement of the branch in the wind and your shoulders directing the gun sync up, dancing hypnotically.
This will give me the tiniest boost, probably.
Crying.
Yeah.
Gonna cry now, fucking faggoty.
So I could try the shot right now. Waste the bullet. Who knows if that matters. Potentially Make him a little angrier. I mean, I guess there's no reason not to do this, unless I actually wanted to, like, later wait and level up hand-eye coordination. Again, we can come back here. I don't know how to send him to bed, but, like, if we have additional options when he's in bed. Because there's no other way to get him down other than getting the labor people to help us. Yeah, I'm not going to shoot it. I think there's just too much that could...
Enough gunslinging for today.
Yeah, potentially go wrong. What about the body?
We need to access the harbor and ask the leader of the Union to have it taken down. They have the tools, and they have men.
Why don't you just begin with that?
I did not want us to be indebted to Everard Clare. I wanted us to be able to deal with it ourselves. That is clearly not the case. We need help.
You need to suck my dick! Why the fuck am I still alive?
Yeah, exactly. That was one of the many things that could have happened there. Yeah, we could have shot the body itself, having the bile spew out on us, and ruining, obviously, the corpse or part of it. What's wrong with being indebted to Everett Clare?
He's a dangerous and corrupt man.
Yeah.
And we cannot predict what he will want from us in return.
Alright. Well then, we can always check to see if there's other options. Beating the body down. Wait, what'd that say? Do something, you're a cop. Okay. Shoot it down or ask for help. Yeah. Yeah, alright, that's fine. I think it's so late now, we just have to go to bed. A bunch of other stuff to do. But I can wait until we sleep. People. Different people, at least. Alright. I'm guessing I have to go to bed this way? I don't even know. I'm going to assume that when we go to our door, it's going to say that's when we split up, and then I can either go to the bed or leave. That would make sense.
This is the door to the room you redecorated.
Alright, well, good night, Lieutenant.
Just a moment. You had some questions earlier, I believe. And besides, we should discuss our progress on the investigation. Let's go out to the balcony.
Yeah, I don't even know how to get to the balcony here. Alright, let's go.
The air outside is brisk.
Oh, is it the balcony?
The
I meant like the
is
top
silent
part.
for a moment. He listens to the traffic hum. Then...
Oh yeah, so it is just the balcony, not up there.
Where shall we begin? We should talk about the investigation, first and foremost. But I also remember you wanting to discuss the RCM?
I didn't know you smoked.
I have a cigarette every night when I go over my notes. It's something of a ritual.
Oh man, he looks so devastatingly cool with that cigarette.
Right then, the debrief.
Yes. It's been a long and eventful day.
How do you think today went?
Well, we inspected the victim's body, so that's good.
Eventually.
It wasn't easily approachable in that state, but we did it. I would say our initial inspection was very thorough, and we have solid leads to follow up on.
Good.
The body is still hanging from that tree, which is unfortunate. But we performed a thorough search of the premises of the crime scene. That's great.
Though he wishes the body were out of the tree, he doesn't want you to feel too discouraged.
You seem very
out
happy
of
with what we
fear
did.
that you'll just give up and keep drinking.
I generally prefer to start with searching the scene, then move on to removing dead bodies.
It's not my job to evaluate your methodology, officer. I'm just going through the facts. As for the interviews, we weren't able to find the union leader, Everard Clare, much less interview him. So that's on the to-do list for tomorrow. We didn't talk to the Wild Pines rep. We really must do that tomorrow. Above all, though, today was exhausting. What's with all the running? You run a lot. Is that a standard Precinct 41 practice?
I bet that's a reference to the fact that we actually are running instead of walking everywhere. I don't like to waste time, you know. My mind moves fast. Rest has to try to keep up.
It's impressive, especially for a man your age. And in those hills. Nice shoes, by the way. I like the green. Goes with the orange.
What are our powers exactly, the RCM?
They're quite limited, actually. The power officers of the Revachol Citizens Militia exercise most frequently is imposing fines of up to 1,000 real for offenses, in accordance with an interdepartmental schedule.
Why only 1,000?
The RCM's primary role is to ensure safety. We are not really supposed to play any part in the economic structure of Revachol.
Wouldn't that be an easy power to abuse?
Yes, although indirectly, as citizens can always request records from their local station. Officers of the RCM have been known to take bribes of less than the prescribed fine amount. It undermines trust in the RCM.
Alright, what else?
We can arrest people, of course, but rather than bringing someone in directly, it's preferable to serve a station call slip. It prevents confusion and overcrowding.
How can we be sure they'll show up?
You can't. Those who don't show up become fugitives, though, and have fewer legal rights when they are eventually caught. It's about power projection. Thus far, they seem to mostly show up.
And if someone resists?
As you may have gathered from the fact that we are expected to carry a record of our kills, like the one in your watermarks, we are permitted to use whatever force is necessary, and strongly admonished not to abuse that power.
What happens to the people we convict?
We don't convict. We arrest and send them to coalition government courts in Courant and La Delta. The prosecution works off our testimonies and records, which is why it's paramount to keep them.
And if I kill someone on duty?
You have to supply compelling evidence for why it was necessary to use lethal force. In these cases, your partner is usually your witness. Not a good position to be in, by the way. Internal Affairs handles these cases thoroughly, by cross-examining you for inconsistencies. It is hard to cover for anyone, which is for the best.
Who makes all these rules?
The coalition government, and the moral intern more broadly. The RCM was formed by the coalition government to restore order in the international zone after the revolution. So we did. Now we attempt to maintain that order. No more, no less. Or perhaps it is better to say we were allowed to form. It's a point of contention whether the citizens of Revachol or the coalition government founded the RCM.
Ain't nothing.
Silence. A great comment to such a conundrum.
So the moral intern, what is that?
The Moralist International are the world's largest political organization. You know who they are. They have been running this place after the revolution failed.
I really don't know.
Okay. They're a union of center-left and center-right parties across the Real Belt. Our coalition government is just one of its many projects. They also run the ICP, EPIS, most intergovernmental organizations in the world.
What do they believe in?
What do they believe in? They are Dolorians. They believe they continue the humanist project set forth by Her Innocence Dolores Day 4 centuries ago. Others say they are just technocrats.
Those others say they continue the humanist project set forth by Dolores Day.
Who was Dolores Day?
A historic figure? The author of the modern age? You will have to look elsewhere for opinions. The subject of humanism is too abstract for me.
What do you think of them?
The moral intern are a fact. I try not to have opinions on facts until they change. And it doesn't look like that's about to happen.
It is more than that. There's some kind of affection in him.
You like them?
Yes, I did, when I was younger. In my 20s, I considered myself a moralist. A blue forget-me-not, a piece of the sky. They're not all that bad.
That's another leitmotif associated with moralism.
But the years have changed that. I don't know what I believe in now. No, I believe in the RCM. That's enough for me.
What's their symbol?
Interesting question. It's a blue forget-me-not. Their motto is love, compassion, self-discipline. I think you can gauge what they want you to think of them from that.
Something kind and usual. Something almost self-explanatory. Something ominous.
I have an opinion.
Do you?
We need them here giving us the right to police. They've done an awful job here. We're stooges in the world's biggest organization. Ooh. Shit. Okay. I like one of these two options. They've done an awful job here. Have you seen the place? This isn't humanism.
We are in what is called the twilight of international law. The laws we claim to enforce come from the MI. Without them, we are simply vigilantes.
Vigilantes sound bad.
Sadly, it is what we already are to the people of Martinez. Most of them, at least, especially the Union. Vigilantes. I expect our job here to prove quite challenging.
Let's look into the night.
The dying lights of the city shimmer below. Slowly, like luminous clouds, they pass on his lenses. The lieutenant looks at his slim cigarette, contemplating the next drag. This soldier is the highlight of the day for me, he thinks. This little stick right here.
They really don't like us here. And the mouth on that kid, Kuno. It's different inland, in Jamrock and the GRIH.
Why are they like this?
It's our fault for leaving this place to the dogs, to the Union, to the company, not daring to come here more often. This place has fallen between the cracks, the jurisdictions of our two precincts.
And Jamrock? GRIH?
We run this city. West of the river is RCM land. It's incredibly hard. Human beings are... But we are in control, and it's worth it. The organization works, our systems work. If they didn't, the city would disintegrate.
I hope our investigation will help improve the situation. At least do some good.
Me too. But I wouldn't count on any drastic changes in our lifetimes.
Alright, well, thanks for this.
Yeah, it's getting very cold now. Let's go.
Oh, can I actually move? Oh, okay. Reading a book passes time. Okay. See you in the morning. That's how we sleep. This is just the door to that room. I am curious. I don't know why there would be any options for me to do something when he's not here, but... let's just see if there's any, like, hidden options when he's not here. Probably should have saved when I was up there, but oh well. Would have been quicker just to reload that, but that's fine. Hey, the drunk guy's gone.
The man before you is naked, but for a pair of underpants.
Yeah,
and
nothing. Alright. That's fine. Let's actually go to bed then. As of right now, there's nothing we need to do hidden from him. I mean, these are all for later. It's the armor. We can run the armor when we're with him. Yeah, I mean, that's the only thing. I would like to take the boots. I totally would. Although it'd be a little dirty, because, you know, the point would be maybe to sell them. But I feel like, again, the way we take the boots is us pulling on the body, which can definitely have some consequences. So I'd rather not. Plus, I think my character probably wouldn't. With the way he's reacting to the body, I do think there would be, like, in terms of, like, right versus wrong, but also just kind of out of disgust a little bit. I really get the feeling that I could see them letting us take the boots off because it's just taking boots off. But in my head, I'm picturing him yanking the boots, which would then yank the body and the rope and all that shit. And I, as well as the character, would not want to fuck with that. We don't need the fucking neck being ripped open and the body falling on us and all the bile and guts spilling on us and everything. Alright, so I guess we gotta sleep here.
The bed is cold and not particularly inviting, but it's yours.
Exactly,
The
good
sheets look
times.
awful.
I can just see that, though. Us pulling it, and then the body's guts spill out, and the body falls on us, and I'm too weak to pick the body up, and I just have to lay there until morning, covered in guts and stuff. I can totally see that being a thing. Let the bodies hit the floor. Yes.
The option to go to sleep becomes available every night after 9 p.m.
Alright, scrolling.
The sheets feel at once coarse and clammy against your skin. The bed sags beneath your weight as you stretch out and finally close your eyes. And then sleep doesn't come.
Ooh. Of course not. We're gonna think of the body. Bunch of other stuff.
And then sleep doesn't come.
I want to sleep.
Obviously, you're in bed with your eyes closed, but it's not happening.
Why?
Maybe it's the bed's fault.
Check the pillow.
Its synthetic filling has separated into hard lumps. The pillowcase smells oddly.
Great. Check the blanket.
It barely covers your toes, stretching over your soft belly. This is your body here, intimate and warm, breathing. Under your thrumming eyelids, you see a dizzying array of colors. You won't get off this carousel quite so easily.
Alright, roll the other side.
It's a little better. Colors, scenes, and half-formed phrases still litter your mind. Part of you is still trying to solve the case, isn't it?
And this is where roleplay-wise, yes, it would be. Who killed him? Who?
Something to do with... What was it that the lieutenant said? Union? And it's gone again. Your thoughts lost between the slowing brain waves.
My thoughts. Fall asleep.
Your breathing steadies. A great silence washes over you until your eyelids twitch in your sleep and images start forming.
Oh, I can't move. What is all this? Of course. It's a disco ball. Yep. Of course it is. Because why not?
Do you remember the scent of your childhood?
And it's me. I remember nothing.
Do you remember your wife's hand on your face?
Tell me what this is. I'm not answering before you tell me who you are.
You know who I am. I'm the bad day. The one where you ask her, and then later in the streets, wandering. It's the worst day of all time, Harry dear. And it's coming. She will hear about it on the phone. Reality will turn into a grotesque nightmare. This will be the last thing you did to her. Tell me, do you remember the love of your life?
You said who?
Do you remember the warmth of her thighs, between her legs and in her mouth?
I was left.
That's right, funky baby. And you just stood there. One hand on the bottle and the other on your dick. Watching her go. Let it all be dragged away from you. Tell me, where are your friends? Human beings have friends, Harry boy. Where the hell are yours?
At this point, I think I'm still feeling really down on myself, so I don't want to come back.
They were only cramping your descent into the abyss. Now they're gone. 3 times gone and never coming back. All of it. You failed. You failed me. You failed Elysium.
Elysium?
Everything. The Pale and the Islas. On the surface. The outer magnetosphere. Burning, furious truth. 8,000 years of written history. You really dropped the ball, Harry. 4.6 billion people. And you failed every single one of them. You really fucked up.
I've talked to you before.
No, Harry. You were just talking to yourself. That's all you ever do. Even in your dreams. And the act is wearing thin. The spots of the disco ball fade around you. You'll be back in those cold snakeskins in no time. Sweating up the bed.
Stinky boy.
I can come back from this.
You're not coming back from shit. Thrashing around in that high conductivity state of yours. Bumping into things and acting like a clown. Who are you kidding?
I'm trying to solve this case.
You're trying to what? I can't hear you. This is just a word dream now. Jumbled up garbage. The pictures are gone. The bed rises to meet you. A thin, sleep-like state. More glass than velvet, grinding in your head.
So something is wrong. Sleep shouldn't be this bad, this dry, this unnourishing. There's something wrong with your thoughts. Some kind of new type of hangover.
Oh god, there's another type.
Oh yes, party boy, and it's worse than the one before. Just think of the shit you saw. Here it comes too. So soon already. A silent alarm goes off in your head like clockwork. Barely let you sleep at all. Time to get those clothes on, Harry. Time to go to work in the shit factory.
Back to the shit factory. Alright. Heal their morale. Nice.
Good going, buddy.
What the hell was that?
Oh, just a dream. You have ones like that all the time. You feel even worse this morning than you did last night.
What the hell's going on with me?
You mean, why are you so tired? Too tired and down to even think? It is worrying, isn't it? You can't be a detective like this. Detectives need to be able to think.
This is happening.
It's just that your heart has finally pumped all the speed out of your system, Buster. Time to get some more. Don't do that. Stay strong. The hangover will wear off. You don't need to keep doing this to yourself.
Oh shit, so you can opt into getting drugs. What is speed?
Speed is a potent central nervous system stimulant. It kept you propped up all day yesterday, despite your debilitating hangover. How else did you think you even got up from this floor? You got up from this floor because of a holy vow you made 16 years ago. With me. To wake up exactly 7:30 every morning until the day you die. Don't be silly. There was no vow. You were high on speed. That was the only reason you got up. You can't detect without it. It's that simple.
Alright, now I'm gonna go through withdrawal, but no, I can take this. I'm not gonna go looking for speed.
Are you sure? Ready to live as this pathetic shell of yourself for days? Basically, a week. Let's be honest, 2 weeks. Maybe 3. You won't make it. Half the town will be dead by then. You will be fired.
That's a lie. I can do this without speed. Half the town will be dead.
Suit yourself, slow, sad shell man. See how you do without your spark.
Alright, White Morning is almost done. Okay. And what do we get, That's right. All endurance checks unlocked, but learning cap increased. It's like this has the perception increased. And speed, we were talking about because we sigh, but wouldn't want to do that. Okay. He's in there. Knock on his door. Me? He can't, so I'm guessing he'll be down here or something. Alright, so we got a few things we can do before we continue exploring. I think we just at least one, which is looking up the armor. Okay, hey. Right, well then. Save and talk.
Morning. Looks like we can get to work at once. The Union muscle turned up. They look rowdy. We should talk to them.
What do you mean rowdy?
I mean ungovernable. Martinez isn't exactly enthusiastic about the RCM being here. They prefer to be policed by the Union. These men here, men who drink beer for breakfast, there's talk of an armed wing of the Union called the Hardy Boys, who are responsible for state policing. I think it's them.
These the men that Gart told us about yesterday?
I completely forgot. Sorry, I had a rough night's sleep. It's them by the looks of it. Loud and nasty, just like the manager said. One loose thread less to worry about, and one big problem to replace it.
Why don't you talk to him?
Everything points to the dock workers union.
Yep.
The belt used for hanging him, tracks in the mud, the circumstances in Martinez, my preliminary information, which may, of course, all be wrong. But we still need to talk to them, and it won't be easy.
It definitely won't, which is why I would really like this to go up before we talk to them. The -1 authority. I can always take it off, obviously. But I'm curious as to what we get as a reward. So many of them. Maybe we should call in reinforcements.
That would just escalate tensions. No captain would sign off on it. Solving one murder isn't worth a conflict between the RCM and the Debarders Union. In fact, even the death of 2 detectives might not warrant an all-out war. So let's keep a cool head, okay? One more thing before we do. We don't have to talk to them immediately. We can walk right past them, continue with our business.
Yeah, I'm just gonna wait.
Good. A power move. Purposefully concentrate on something else first.
Yes.
But aren't you curious to know what they have to say about the murder?
They're in no hurry to leave. They think they own the place.
Good.
Anyway, I leave that choice to you. Whatever you decide is fine by me.
But for all I know, talking to these guys if there's any new dialogue can progress it, because, again, we're at 50 minutes here. So, 8:29.
Can I help you?
Alright, so we can't do the bill.
Just a moment. And there's no public phones nearby?
The closest phone booth is down the coast. Sorry for the inconvenience, ma'am.
It's fine, I understand. Thank you anyway. I'm glad to see you again, dear.
Good day, ma'am. Everything alright?
Please don't trouble yourself about me, sweetie. I was just hoping to make a call, but the Whirling's phone line isn't working. The union office probably has a phone, but I can't really get there. Or to the phone booth down the coast. And Gary's phone is dead too.
Wait, what's wrong with the phone line?
The manager was vague about it.
Why would he be vague about phone problems?
Yeah.
This is something to look into later. Ask God, maybe.
But why do you need to use the phone anyway?
To let the young woman who's house-sitting for us know that we may be delayed. Morel, my husband, and our friend Gary were supposed to get back by Monday night, but they're still missing, and I haven't heard from them.
Uh-oh.
I was also hoping she'd heard from Morel.
Has your husband gone missing before?
That's just it. This isn't like him at all. He always plans his expeditions so carefully. But you have more important things to worry about.
What's this expedition your husband's on?
Just some field work, sweetie. Morel is a highly trained scientist. He and his assistant Gary are studying an extremely rare species of insect. But they should have returned by now. They were just going down the coast across the water lock to set a few traps. He said they'd be back on Monday. What could be keeping them?
What's on the other side of the bridge? The bridge is closed, but...
The water lock. That was broken.
There you go. Okay.
Could this be it?
So who's Gary? You trust him?
Oh, sweetie, it's nothing like that. Gary's as loyal as they come. I trust him with my husband's life any day.
Well, the water lock on the other side to the coast is broken. Probably just got stuck over there.
Oh my. What happened to the water lock?
I don't really know.
Well, whatever the cause, I'm thankful. To both of you. You've spared me another sleepless night.
You're welcome, ma'am.
I hate to ask, but if your investigation takes you to the other side of the coast, please do keep an eye out for my husband.
This will surely lead to a cryptozoological mystery with that extremely rare insect.
Of course it will.
Yes, some left-field scientific research is exactly what you need right now. Funk up that vanilla murder investigation.
And if you see him, let him know Lena is waiting for him here at the Whirling. He gets so tangled up in his work that he may not know the water lock's been repaired. And it's cold out there.
Alright, if I see him, I'll let him know.
Oh, you're such a dear. Thank you, sweetie.
So your husband's some kind of scientist.
Oh, yes. A zoologist. A cryptozoologist, to be more precise.
What is a cryptozoologist?
It's a pseudoscience that attempts to legitimize research into mythological beasts and urban legends.
That's one opinion, yes. And people are entitled to their opinions.
Am I wrong in thinking cryptozoologists are for, like, you know, ancient species? Which, I mean, actually, let me look that up. Because that would be a commentary on, like, you know, his opinion if he believes, let's just say, dinosaurs. Cryptozoologist. It's like, I thought they were for, like, you know, like, ancient species. Oh, no, I was wrong. Okay, I was completely wrong. He is right about that. It's about mythological creatures. Whoops. Oh. Well, I was thinking a paleontologist, which if I saw the word paleontologist, I would know. But for some reason, I thought cryptozoologist was a paleontologist. Alright, whatever. Well, now I know.
My apologies, ma'am. I did not mean to undermine your hobby.
It's not a hobby, dear. It's a subfield of zoology. One specializing in animal species that are so exceedingly rare that many assume them to be extinct.
See, this
or even fictitious.
So I probably knew that, just I was thinking like the extinct part, but I didn't really realize that they were fake.
Searching for such species called cryptids is difficult and often thankless. And frankly, many scientists are too lazy to do it. Universities these days are rarely interested in supporting real research.
But yeah, it doesn't mean like it's all Bigfoot and stuff. Like there are species, obviously, that, you know, they find.
The quality of research at Revacholian universities has been on the decline, but you doubt there was ever a time when cryptozoology was embraced by the academic elite. She's completely internalized her husband's struggles. They are her own.
Tell me more about your husband. Looks, character, relationship.
Oh dear, I'm not sure where to begin.
What's he look like?
Well, his expression is slightly grumpy, but his eyes are always bright and curious, like a small boy's. And his palms are quite coarse from all the field work, but he's quite gentle.
It's always a challenge to describe the person you know best in the world.
Try again. If I were to meet him on the street, what should I look for?
Oh, well, he's a bit shorter than you, but with a larger frame, and he has longish white hair, usually a bit uncombed. You might say wild, even.
The lieutenant pulls out his notebook and begins jotting down the woman's description.
One other thing, he'll likely have all kinds of field gear on him, even if he's not out in the reeds, you know, just in case.
Alright, how long you two been married?
We'll be celebrating our 16th anniversary this autumn. Not the most numerically satisfying anniversary, but I like the less obvious milestones even more somehow.
How'd you two meet?
Via dating agency, I'm ashamed to say. I was looking to get back into the scene after recovering from my accident, and he'd just divorced. We hit it off, and, well, here we are.
She's skipping over some important parts. Perhaps you'll find out more later.
Alright.
I hope I've been useful.
What about this rare insect he's looking for?
Oh, sweetie, it's fascinating. But I shouldn't bore you with entomological minutiae.
The lieutenant gives you a sideways glance.
I want to hear more.
Well, it's
We're stalling for time
phasmid
anyway.
Technically, but
Ah yes, Phasmatodia, a diverse group of insects whose bodies resemble twigs, leaves, that sort of thing. Ghost insects.
Hello, Mr. Strimmer Smile.
colloquially.
Thank you, Mac, for the 37 months. I appreciate that, dude. Hope you're doing well and having fun. I know you like to replay Batman games. I'll probably be replaying Arkham City within the coming weeks or so. But right now I am playing Disco Elysium, and it is really, really fun. It's pretty much all dialogue like this. And yeah, there's some investigations. But like, even though it's a dialogue menu, it is such a heavy roleplay game. The way I heard, and I definitely agree with it now, the best way to explain this is it's like a Fallout quest. Where, like, in Fallout, where you have multiple ways to complete the quest, some of which are wrong, but you still complete it that way. This entire game is like that. There's so many variations and things that you can do. The game reacts to you. It is so well written. It is so fun. I'm only 2 streams in. It's the second stream, but I am really enjoying this. I mean, and this game has, like, great reviews, too, and this is why. Like, it's just so amazing. It's a true RPG. Like, I'm role-playing my character in this game. There are choices that I'm intentionally not making, where in other games, I would make those choices to hear the dialogue to it. In this game, I'm not making those choices, because if I do, that might reflect on my character differently. It's just so fun. We're playing Arkham Knight right now. Nice. On the new PC. Nice. Hope you're having fun with that, and congrats on the PC as well.
Oh yeah. Here comes the interesting.
where other phasmids imitate sticks or leaves, this one's a living reed. It disguises itself among the reeds here on the Insular Indian coast. Hence its name, the Insular Indian phasmid. Perhaps you'll end up co-discovering the phasmid with us, officers.
I knew it. We're gonna be chasing made-up insects with cryptozoologists.
We'll go to bed now? Well, I appreciate it, dude. Thank you for the sub again. 37 months is a very long time. It's awesome, man. Get some rest and enjoy yourself.
It's not made up, officer. I can assure you.
So Kim is totally against cryptozoology.
It's simply elusive, so much so that most establishment zoologists doubt it exists at all.
Man, look how deep in this conversation we're getting of nothing. And it's awesome. What makes you think it's around here?
Well, some teenagers making out in the reeds saw one. They didn't know what it was, of course, but there was a brief article in a local newspaper about their encounter with a ghost insect that looks like the reeds.
Okay.
Gary sent us the clipping.
So a couple teenagers are making out and they see something in the reeds, and here he comes running. Okay. That's all the evidence?
Of course, most phasmid sightings turn out to be false alarms, but their description matched the Insul Indian phasmid perfectly, and they didn't even know what they were looking at.
Was it dangerous?
Not at all. Why else would it hide itself so carefully?
About valuable?
Oh, I doubt it. No one gets into cryptozoology for the money, sweetie.
Now, with anyone else, we wouldn't say this because we sound stupid, but you know, our rapport and all that. Does it have cool powers?
Yes, it can blend in almost perfectly among the reeds. It's how it stayed hidden all these years. Centuries, even.
So what's so special about the stink bug?
Oh, dear. I'm afraid I'm not explaining this very well. Morel can explain it all much better. I wish you could hear him describe it. Then you'd understand, I'm sure.
Alright, I'm gonna try to convince her to tell me about some cool cryptids.
You're an enthusiastic idiot.
I failed
you're
that
still
check. Are you kidding me? Oh, man. I want to know everything about cryptids. Living, extinct, marine, land.
We don't have time for Cryptozoology 101. Let's get back to work, shall we?
I do have a ton of skill points. It's just that... What was the check? Suggestion? My suggestion is already high now. Suggesting is definitely something I want to, you know, spec in. Fuck it. And this is all, again, for absolutely nothing. This has nothing to do with the case. This is not important. It's not relevant in the slightest. But I have 4 skill points. But I would definitely like to save these for these lower tier skills. Or if there's like actual important checks for these ones. But screw it. I know, or is it? You don't know.
Oh, hello, dear.
Maybe the bug is the
There
killer.
You are again.
Alright, come on. 92%. That's my birth year. Best year ever.
There's really no point in manipulating anyone. She'd be only too pleased to tell you about her work. Go on and ask.
Hey, Lena. I'd like to hear about some of the cryptids you studied. Could you tell me a couple?
Oh, I'd be delighted. Truth be told, I could really use the company too.
One cryptid, not a couple. One. This won't turn into some kind of cryptid extravaganza.
Cryptid extravaganza? I like the sound of that.
And I don't. Just one.
Or he'll be disappointed in you.
Come on, Kim.
Ooh, tough choice there.
Biggest, tiniest, dangerous, invisible. What's the biggest?
That would be the giant of Kokonur. The giant lives in the most arid parts of the vast Kokonur Desert in South Sahara, casting a strange light across the barren wastes.
When you mean strange light?
Mirage or psychogenous luminance.
Just how big is it?
No one knows for sure. It is like an awful mountain appearing from below the horizon and expanding to cover almost a third of your field of vision.
It's dangerous?
The towering luminosity of Kokonur is a bad omen in local folklore. Some say it's a fata morgana, others, fate unimaginable.
Who here? No animal can be that large. It's a mirage.
That's what makes it so peculiar. A species surviving at the very limits of scientific law. The giant of Kokonur must be the largest animal the planet can support. There are limits, you see, to how large a metabolism an ecosystem can beget. Some say a gravity anomaly below the Kokonur Desert might allow the creature to grow to these gargantuan sizes.
Of course.
Great. This is great shit. You need more. Gravity anomaly? Dig in it. Dig in this parascientific stuff right here.
Alright, let's see if Kim gets upset about asking a second question. The most dangerous.
Hey, you promised you'd only ask about one cryptid.
Okay, we can move on. I'll be okay. I promised him.
He nods approvingly.
Thanks, ma'am. Hey, now it's 8:10. My birthday. Awesome. Alright, we're probably gonna be ending soon anyways, so in the very least, we gotta stall for 19 more minutes. Let me save the game here. We're gonna go ahead and check on the armor. We're gonna look up the serial number on the armor, see how much time that ticks away. We still might do some other stuff. We're gonna be ending within like 10 or so minutes. Real time. Alright, let me see here. Tuesday. Find him. Yep.
In the morning light, the white on blue police livery on the motor carriage cannot but catch your eye.
Why am I thinking this? Supposing I'm supposed to...
Do something important? Something murder related? There's always something important. Doesn't mean you can't take a moment to admire this piece of machinery. This is a Caprice Kanema, the Caprice Motor Corps follow-up to their highly successful workhorse, Caprice 40, and the answer to the Lum's racing breed, Ferv series. With its air-cooled, rear-mounted 12-cylinder compression ignition engine, driving the rear wheels through a 4-speed manual gearbox, the Kanema is able to reach 100 kilometers per hour in 13.5 seconds, and go on to a top speed of 180 kilometers an hour.
Yeah, looking at it, won't it roll over in the first sharp turn?
The high center of balance is offset by a large battery bank mounted at the bottom of the cabin, feeding all the auxiliary systems and making the Kanema effectively a mobile power plant.
Tech is really rubbing me the right way here.
Due to a quite steep price tag, it is very unusual to see one in police livery.
That machine really puts the loco back in locomotion. Very cool.
Mm-hmm. You want to take a closer look?
He likes it. What's it packing?
130.
I reckon that's a 7-liter V12 there.
That's 7-liter V12.
7.2. Supercharged.
He is loving this conversation.
Saying these words brings him immense joy.
Fine machine.
Yes. An extraordinary machine.
It's nice and all, but why so modest? Put some zing into it. Flare it up. Slam it down. Helium headlights would improve the range and quality of the visual field a lot.
Ever thought of switching to helium headlights?
Actually, I have a pair at home. Just haven't gotten around to fitting them yet. I need to lay some wiring for the ballast first.
If we ever solve this case, maybe we can do it together.
Maybe. Yes, definitely maybe.
And means no.
Alright, moving on.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out
Alright,
toolbox.
put the radio here.
How may I assist you?
Yeah, can you run the serial number for me?
Sir, officer. What's the number? And the make of the armor, if you know it.
E50 100 1000. Make and model is Fairweather T500 VE.
Got it. I'll contact the ICP database immediately. Call back tomorrow. Hopefully they'll have dug up something useful by then.
Oh, I should have done this last night. Oh well.
The International Collaboration Police, ICP, is an inter-Isolari law enforcement service, the crown jewel in the moral intern diadem, alongside EPIS and the coalition government.
Okay, I'm done.
57th, over and out.
In the cabin, you see a...
Alright. so call back. Even though it's listed there, I'll still write it down here. Call back for serial number on Wednesday. Alright. Anything else we can quickly do here? I'll probably save talking to them for tomorrow, but the gardener's in here. We can talk to her, and we have 11 more minutes before our thoughts complete, which is something I also want to do before I talk to them. Well, it's not too important. I can always take it off, but again, I want to see what reward it is.
Let me handle this. Detective Disorientated. Are you still wondering where you are? This is Martinez, in case you've forgotten. I advise you not to overstay your welcome.
He's a bit of an asshole today.
Her entire character has shifted. This young woman is cold as ice.
I just wanted to know more about the place before I checked it out. It's normal.
Yes, extremely normal. I'm not a gardener, by the way. I'm a legal counselor for the Dock Workers Union. So let's get to it. You're looking for Titus Hardy?
Yeah.
You think he has information that will help you? Maybe he does.
First of all, we don't know who that is, and also, again, I didn't want to do any of this stuff yet. I thought she was just there.
That's Titus. Talk to him.
Alright.
But know this. I'll be keeping an eye on you. No strong arming. Nothing official. The District of Martinez does not recognize your authority to make arrests.
It doesn't matter if you recognize our authority. We will make an arrest if we have to.
Ooh, Kim.
She says nothing. Her glare speaks for her.
So what's your role in all this?
Like I already told you, I'm a legal counselor. Do you have hearing problems?
What if I want to talk to you, not Titus?
What you want is of no significance, officer. Don't test your authority. In Martinez, you are no one.
I'm not going to ask what she's going to do to me. Why are you so aggressive?
Aggressive? You make your living enforcing violence. These people are just dock workers.
Just dock workers? Do dock workers spy on the police?
Yeah.
We'll let you off easy, miss. Don't think it will happen again.
Listen, you moral intern lackeys. You're a mob, enforcing the unlawful privatization of Revachol. 20 fat men in the Occident are stealing it all, and you're their bodyguards.
Fuck yeah.
It's Titus.
So ask what you came to ask, or get back to your commanders.
I don't really like any of these other options here. World needs a financial buffer zone. Privatization's not unlawful. It's cool and funny. Don't know where you heard that, but it's wrong. We're principled and strong. Unlike you socialists, it's a little too aggressive. And this is a little jokey, like, oh, I like that. Good start. Let's take it a step further. An armed uprising. So this is the case where, again, other games, I might even make a choice to hear the dialogue, but I do not want to commit to any of this shit as this character. So, let's just ask those questions.
Let's.
Alright. 4 more minutes. Alright, let's just see. Can we talk to this guy? He hasn't had any dialogue yet.
The man ponders his cooking utensils.
Alright, so I'm just gonna have a conversation to do this, just so tomorrow we can start by talking to all these people without having to stall for time.
Can I help you? Got the
Got my
20
bill.
real.
It's 20.
Then why
okay.
are you wasting another
thing?
Great.
Oh, here. Oh, no,
I
this is actually
love
new. I forgot to ask him about this. Phone line's dead.
Yes, and the phone company is taking its sweet time sending someone to fix it. Losers.
Pretty strange.
It's not strange, it's inconvenient.
No, it's actually very convenient that this just happened to be occurring here. Is it true there was foul play?
Who told you that?
Doesn't matter. I just want to know who you suspect.
Fine, yeah. It looked like someone had messed with the wiring. It
Mm-hmm.
was shortly after the hanging, but I don't know if it's at all related. Plenty of assholes around here who aren't murderers.
He's exhausted from years of dealing with the assholes. That's why he's trying so hard not to be one too.
If you do find out who cut the line, though, let me know so I can forward them the repair bill.
Alright.
Yes?
1 more minute. Yes. Alright.
Another thing. Great. Oh, yes, that door. Sure. No, I don't. Awesome.
He's attempting to maintain an air of...
Fine, okay. So, I haven't opened it. Yes?
Interesting that didn't progress any time. I wonder if it's only new dialogue that progresses
Yes.
time. Do you have anything to talk to Kim about?
Yes.
For 1 minute? I want to talk about you.
Me?
Here we go. Yes, you.
I don't see how my life is pertinent to the investigation.
Well, we can build a rapport here.
That's a fair point.
Perfect.
All right. For the good of the investigation, what do you want to know?
White morning. Breakthrough imminent. Alright, I gotta wait for this conversation to end. Alright. So you're wearing glasses.
That's correct.
That makes him a binoclad. Completely uncopped material, if you say so yourself.
No. Glasses are cool.
Are they? They're mostly just cumbersome.
You could use a good, normal pair yourself.
Damn, I just missed that perception. You don't look like other people around here.
That's because I'm half Seolite, or quarter. My father's father was from Seoul. So was my grandmother, but from my mother's side. It's not an interesting topic.
I'm curious about this. Perception is... it's only 3. You know, I probably want to level that up. Just because... You know what? Fuck it. We have 3 skill points. Because again, I don't know what I'm missing just walking around perception checks. And perception is something I really want anyways. So it's not so much that I failed this, which it just reminded me. Let's get perception to 4 at least. Alright. So what's Seoul?
It's a part of the world, officer. A geopolitical entity and a geographic division. I told you it wouldn't be interesting.
Seoul is a protectionist, isolationist, pan-Isolari state west of the Insulindian Isola. Actually, it's quite interesting. Some would even say mysterious.
You're only making it sound uninteresting. Still want to know more about it.
You're barking up the wrong tree. I don't speak a word of Seolite. I've never met either one of my grandparents, and I've never been to Seoul. I'm a regular Revacholière.
Talk with yourself? No, we're not going to ask that either. Alright, that's good.
Good. Let's check.
Alright, bam. Let's see. White morning. Oh, he's not talking for this one? And the little guy gets smaller and smaller as you rise above the dollhouse world. You see him out in the snow, on the streets, in the shop in the corner. And finally, in the matchbox. Sitting by the window, white flowers on the windowsill. You can smell them from up here, it's awful. White morning, modern death, divorce, or something similar. All you can do is put more distance between you and him, make him smaller, make him less you. Plus 20 zoom out distance, okay. But all motorics learn the cap increased by 1. That's nice. Because motorist is down here, yeah. Alright, because that'd be perception, obviously, if we need like interfacing, hand-eye. I mean, really all, obviously all skills are great. Like even in physique, I'd say endurance, obviously. We've gotten a few physical instrument checks. I would hope that there's ways around. I mean, I know there would be, but you know, this would be lower on the list, but still nice. And Shivers sounds kind of interesting. But yeah, if I had to choose between these two, again, for me, Motorix is better for me than Physique. But obviously these two are top 2. Probably like Psyche, Intellect, Motorix, and then way lower down Physique. So it's nice to get these all +1. Now it's interesting, it doesn't tell you like the learning cap. Or does it? It does! Oh, it shows you right here. Oh. Yeah, there you go, that's what that icon means. Oh shit, okay. Well, awesome. There we go. And with that, we will save the game and end it for day 2 of Disco Elysium. We finally checked out the dead body. Obviously, there's still a lot more to do with that. We'll kick things off with some really interesting conversations with the dock workers, who may or may not be the killers. They already have a lawyer, and of course, we might need their help to get the body down. We still have tons to explore on the map. We've only checked out this section right here. I don't know how far it goes down to the thing, but probably like right here. So yeah, we did like this section. I know over here it said there's a shop, which I can't remember at this point what they said. It might just be like an offhand comment, which isn't true. But they said something like buying stuff for my headache or hangover or something. But a shop means hopefully places to sell. Maybe I can finally sell the bottles somewhere, because I'll get some money, because we're going to pay off the hotel. Of the things I want to buy, I definitely want to buy the tape player. You know, there's the pants from the kid, may or may not be useful. But priority number 1 always is going to have to be paying off the hotel. And we have this other side of the map that will unlock on Wednesday. We have another side quest line where we have to find the cryptozoologist. So yeah, this game continues to be really fun. Again, it's just so well written, and really unique. Definitely looking forward to more of it. But we're going to end it here for day 2 and pick things right back up with some really awesome conversations tomorrow.